Declaration of War. 6. The greasy fatso laments on the face. If only this demon is a woman, I would love to take this one into my harem. You demons are getting more and more courageous lately, daring to come make trouble on my territory. Wei Xingping starts rolling his fat greasy self towards Ditsang as he says that, but I can make a deal with you. If you lose, then you must surrender and submit to me. If I lose, then I will marry my daughter to you. How about that? Ha 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 ha. However, unlike the boisterous laugh of the fat greaseball who's lost in his own humor, Ditsang's expression had become more and more dark. This is a great deal for you. My daughter is peerless in both beauty and talent. Giving you a chance to marry her is your greatest gift. Of course, that's only if you can defeat me. That was the last straw for Ditsang. Flashing a cold murderous glint in those eyes, this great demon king didn't even want to spend a single word answering this clown that's flaunting in front of himself. It's as if the very act was a humiliation in itself. So, he directly attacked. Boom! In an instant, the mountainous aura shot out by Ditsang's body completely overwhelms the greasy fatso. The poor guy didn't even know what happened when he got sent flying and crashed into a nearby wall. If it wasn't for the extreme pain along the front, he might have just kept staring out shock. How can this be? Didn't the strongest of those in the demon realm get exterminated thousands of years ago? How can there be such a strong demon here right now? Wei Xingping wanted to climb back up after realizing the extreme danger he's in. However, it's too late because that dashing figure was already in front of his face. Perhaps the air coming out of Ditsang was just too frightening, but the fat greaseball didn't dare to move an inch anymore. It finally dawned on him why the guard would spout those words earlier. It's not them exaggerating, it's he himself underestimating the foe. With another loud bang, Ditsang's foot stomps down at the person's chest, causing his body to make a huge human-shaped dent on the ground. Who are you? Wei Xingping shakily asks. Resistance. Forget about that, he's lost all will to fight at this point. Aside from the blood leaking from the corner of his mouth, this greasy fatso didn't want to do anything else aside from saving his own hide. Sneering, Ditsang shows a sly smirk. Those who are here to rob you. The demons who came with the man were all showing dumbfounded faces with dark lines running across them. To rob you. In other words, what difference are we from bandits? Although our current behavior is the same as bandits, but still. Oomph. The greasy fatso struggles to speak as blood came pouring out of his mouth. Please, I will give you anything you want. Please don't kill me, I don't want to die. Finally releasing his leg from the man's chest, Ditsang pulls the human out from the dented ground and stabbed his sword right into Wei Xingping's left eye. Ah! There's no need to act because the pain from losing his eye was excruciating. Now all that remains in the right eye were that of fear and horror. This man, he's not a demon, he's a monster. Declaration of War. 7. If you look at me again, then I will poke your other eye out and turn you into a blind man. Ditsang's intimidating existence felt like he could kill from mere words alone. Furthermore, if you say another word, then I will slice off your tongue. Wei Xingping trembled profusely at the threat. Keeping his head low, he's too afraid to bring the threat to test with his own life. I will wait here, go bring your treasures over. Releasing the captive in his hand, Ditsang wasn't worried at all about the person trying to escape because all these people are already rats in a cage, there's no escape. Shuddering hard at the command, Wei Xingping didn't dare to delay and rushed for the treasury vault like a second of slowness would warrant his own beheading. Go gather everyone that's left on this ancient battlefield. Capture those who doesn't resist and slay those who rebel. Ditsang then turns to his subordinates to give this order. Yes, sire. Unlike the happy laughter and dancing from before, this manor has now become a very different place altogether. It's filled with a tense air of unease that's making the dancers and songstresses all curl up around the corner in shivering fear. Then again, it did make sense as to why the females here were so scared of Ditsang and his men. Who does that? A few words and you would poke another's eye out, that's downright barbaric. Back over at Wei Xingping's side, the greasy slimeball was currently rummaging through his prized possessions like instructed. It pains him to lose everything of value, but it's far better than losing his own life. What sort of bad luck is this? It's been so quiet around this place for so long, how did such a demon suddenly come barging in here? Right as the man had finished packing away the stuff he spent so many years gathering into his personal storage ring, a loud feministic cry suddenly boomed out from the rear and made him jerk. Father! This lady was like a shining example of what it means to inherit a parent's gene pool. She's extremely chubby and literally shook the ground whenever she walked, but more importantly, it's that eyebrow which she inherited from her old man that gave her lineage away. It's a straight line like a single brow. Aside from the white skin, there's hardly anything worthy of note that could be called beautiful. My sweet daughter, why did you come out? Hurrying to pull at his daughter's arm so she would go back, you need to find a place to hide until those people leave. I can't afford to let those savages get any funny ideas once they get a look at your beauty. If Ditsang and those demons that came with him were to hear the Wei Xingping's comment there, then they would surely throw everything out from their stomach right then and there. If such a woman could be called beautiful, then there wouldn't be an ugly woman in this world. However, due to Wei Qingqing never having left this ancient battlefield, plus her father's men were always complimenting about her face, this lady has now become delusional to the lies of being the #1 beauty of this ancient battlefield. As a result, confidence in her own face wasn't an issue. You can't go back on your words. Twisting her hair in a shy manner, Wei Qingqing mutters under her breath like she's too embarrassed to look up. She's never seen a man look so good. Naturally this lady wouldn't want to miss out on being Ditsang's wife. Now this time Wei Xingping didn't know what to do anymore. He's stiff as a rock because that remark about marrying his daughter was nothing more than a joke, it wasn't real. Furthermore, he's not stupid enough to believe his own daughter was a real beauty, he's only saying that to not hurt his precious girl's heart. Declaration of War 8. Qing. That guy is not your fated man. He is too cruel and ruthless, but most importantly, he's a demon. Said the greaseball with exasperation in his voice. Making a humping sound with her voice, Wei Qingqing clearly didn't think so. He beat you as soon as you mentioned me. I'm sure it's because of my fame as the #1 beauty here in this ancient battlefield. He specifically came to marry me. Qing. He cries out in a panic. Although he has a lot of concubines to service himself, but he only has this one daughter, that's why he doesn't want her to go die in vain. Father, are you planning to send him one of your concubines instead of me? Is that what you are planning? It has to be mentioned, Wei Xingping does have such an idea in mind. All those wives of his were beautiful to most out there. If he could use one to win the favor of such a powerful demon, then why not? His lost eye could easily be recovered with a Dan pill, so the former grudge doesn't mean much if he could get such powerful backing. That man's strength is so strong. Do you think your little concubines are going to be able to endure at night? Only with my body can I bear his manliness, not to mention I am the #1 beauty in this ancient battlefield. Which part of me is not worthy of him? Wei Qingqing waves her own hand up into the air like the act would showcase the strength in her arms. However, no reaction ever came from her old man, which causes her to start shaking the poor guy's shoulder instead. I don't care, father, I'm going to marry that handsome guy. I must marry him. But what if he already has a wife? That's even simpler. All men have multiple wives, I only need him to demote his current one to a concubine and make me the main wife. Cocking her chin up like an egotistic peacock, Wei Qingqing proudly and generously states this like it's a given. The idea didn't sound so bad to the greasy fatso at all actually. He has so many wives in his harem already, losing a couple to satisfy that demon wouldn't hurt if he uses them as a offering. With so many gifts, he's sure Ditsang wouldn't mind taking his daughter afterwards as a thank you. Yes, that will do, he will surely accept Qingqing once I give him so many good things at once. What man doesn't like wealth and beauties? Wei Manor. In this gathering hall, Deetsong props against the main seating chair with a bored expression as he gazed down at the group of unimportant flies huddling together for protection. However, his focus quickly changed as soon as his senses picked up a familiar aura from the outside. "Didn't I say you don't need to come out tonight? Why are you here?" he asks after rushing out the door. Under the darkness of this night, the woman's eye-catching dress of red were hypnotically mesmerizing when matched with the owner's peerless contour. It's breathtaking just seeing this level of perfection. "Majesty, I wanted to stop Her Highness, but your orders are to put the Queen's command above all else. I didn't have any other option but to follow." Reporting this was First Elder, who also tagged along from behind. He's making a wry expression like someone that's both troubled and blaming because this really wasn't his fault. Bai Yen chuckled at the elder's swift explanation. "Don't blame him, I was the one who wanted to come out. I couldn't feel at ease, that's why I came." Since his wife was already getting on the defensive, then he had no reason to press the issue. Holding Bai Yan's hand in a careful and gentle manner, he leads her away for the main chair to sit in. "Just sit here and rest, Yen Yen, I will handle everything, you don't need to do anything." Bai Yen nodded and didn't object to the request. They're already at the edge of the celestial realm, a place where there are numerous powerful beings. Regardless of how she thinks, worrying has become an undeniable fact of life for her at this point. Only by being by her husband's side would this wife be at ease. Exactly right when she's about to take a seat like suggested, Wei Xingping has returned from the treasury vault, and behind him was the huge thick walking ball that was Wei Qingqing. Declaration of War. 9. Wei Qingqing only needed a glance at the woman sitting beside Deetsong to become enraged. Stomping that feet, she screams, "Father, that woman over there, which number of your concubines is she? Also, why is she sitting on my seat? That is my seat, tell her to crawl over here to me." For a moment, everyone's attention was now firmly plastered on the ugly fat woman. This includes Bai Yen with her narrowed eyes and Deetsong's gloomy face that's about to go murder this bitch. "When did my queen become your concubine?" The Demon King's voice sounded like it came from the depths of hell, strangling and choking everyone inside the hall. Stuttering to speak, the fat greaseball hurries to correct his own daughter. "Qing, you mustn't misunderstand, this is not my concubine, quickly go admit your mistake." "Admit my mistake, why should I do that?" Locking onto Deetsong with her love-struck eyes, Wei Qingqing apparently didn't have the brain to process anything at this point aside from ogling the man of her dream. "Didn't you come here to marry me, the number one beauty on this ancient battlefield? What's the deal with that woman?" Due to being so spoiled by her family and the lack of interaction with those from the outside, Wei Qingqing continues to believe she's the main reason for all this fuss. Really, doesn't he know how to show some sincerity? Why would he bring another woman with him if he wants to marry me? But Deetsong was done listening to the nonsense of this bitch at this point. Before another word could come forward from that foul mouth, the cup in his hand had already shot out and smashed into Wei Qingqing's forehead, causing the girl to start bleeding profusely from the wound. Why is he attacking me? Why is this man hurting me? Shocked beyond belief, the fat bitch didn't know what to make of this and just stood there with wide eyes. Outrageous. First Elder finally snaps after watching this nonsensical show. "Who do you think you are to speak about our queen in this manner? Also, how dare you have thoughts about our king with your ugly appearance? Queen." Plopping to the ground, Wei Xingping nervously looks upward at the two with great fear in his voice. "Yo, you are from the demon realm? And the king and queen at that?" "Yes, apart from the demon realm's rulers, who else can defeat me so easily? This time I'm really screwed." Ignoring her old man's blatant display of submission, Wei Qingqing instead grew mad from being called out as ugly. "I am the number one beauty on this ancient battlefield, how dare you say I'm ugly? Only someone like I can withstand his strength in bed. Furthermore, look at that woman, she's so weak looking that I bet the child in her stomach won't even make it out alive." At first Bai Yan could care less about this clown that's flaunting in front of herself, but bringing her unborn child into the conversation was another matter. In a flick of her hand, the teacup in her possession also flies out like deet songs and smashes directly into the girl's face. How dare you jinx my child? She slams the table and exudes a menacing aura of murder. For the demons that came with the lady, especially First Elder, they're all horrified by what they've just heard. It's no secret their king cared deeply for his wife, and the children was the big sore spot for the queen here. Hurrying to get up to soothe Bai Yan's mood with a rub on the shoulder, Yen, let me handle this matter, you mustn't stress yourself from being so angry. It's not worth it for someone like that. Declaration of War. 10. This Wei Qing's previous behavior has already challenged his bottom line earlier. If not for his attention being divided by deciding on what sort of punishment to use, Deetsong would have long smashed that face up to stop her from getting any closer. First Elder, drag this woman away. Deetsong's gaze gradually fell upon his target, those eyes no longer showing the warmth he made to his wife earlier. Let her experience what it means to have 1,000 knives got through her body. If I find that she's still alive after being bled dry, then you will all be held accountable. Stumbling backwards in shock, didn't you come here to marry me? Why are you doing this to me? No, I don't want to die. Father, save me. Idiot. First Elder snorts derisively, you are dirt in comparison to our queen, how dare you say the king is here to marry you? Where do you even get such confidence to think such a thing? No, I didn't lie, he clearly admitted it when he bested my father. They made a deal to offer me as the bride if he wins, and he never vetoed the idea. If that's not agreeing, then what else? Seeing the two demons drawing increasingly closer to herself, the fat bitch grew more and more flustered as she backed off. That's because he's not qualified to have me respond to him. Deetsong's answer was like a slap across the face for the foolish bitch. How did this happen? Her eyes have changed from the initial panic to despair at this point, and even as she was being dragged away she never once stopped staring up at the handsome demon king. Wait! Bai Yan's sudden call made the two demons stop. What's the matter, Yen? Deetsong hurries to ask with concern in his voice. Taking in a deep breath, Bai Yan looked like she's suppressing some sort of fire in her chest. If you do that, then she will die from the pain first. As a result of that remark, Wei Qing's despairing eyes were once again alit with hope. Can it be? This woman is going to let me go. Or is she going to let me have a quick ending? Not bothering to look at the fat bitch, Bai Yan instead turns to First Elder as she continued, I have here some medicine. It can make her unable to die from the extreme pain of having 1,000 knives stabbed into her body, nor can she faint during the process. Take it and put it to good use. And this is the price of jinxing my child. Wei Qing's eyes once again grew dim and started to struggle. Father, help me. You vicious woman, you. Too afraid to let any more curses to come out of that mouth, the two demons hurried to draw their swords and slash down. Immediately, a huge chunk of flesh came flying off of the fat bitch's arm. Ah! Wei Qing screamed out in agonizing pain. Whatever curses she had in mind evaporated on the spot because it's too intense for her senses. Throughout the entire exchange, the girl's father Wei Xingping never once stepped in or pleaded for mercy. Sure, the fat bitch may be his own child, but when it comes to shove, you never know what one might do in the end. Where's the treasure? Deetsong's voice once again rang out after the screaming stopped, his gaze looming over the fat greaseball's existence. Bandit Deetsong, frantically rummaging through himself for the storage ring, Wei Xingping then carefully presents it before Deetsong's face to show he's not trying anything funny. The treasures are here. Here Yen, tossing it to his wife without any care for the ring, see if you like anything in there. If you find nothing you like, then I'll just finish these people off first before looking elsewhere to rob. Wei Xingping could start peeing himself at this point after that comment. He's dreadfully afraid he would lose his head the next second if he moved. If I had known this ancient battlefield is so dangerous, then I never would have come here to guard this place. Rubbing her chin after scanning the content with her senses, Bai Yen spoke with a pleased smile. I will take some of the herbs inside, they're what I need to refine some more godhood Dan pill. As for the others, I don't need them. Pricking his brow like he's not amused by what he's heard, Ditsang promptly turned back to the fat greaseball. Are you hiding anything else? Pale as a ghost at the added attention, of course not, absolutely not. This is already everything I have in my home. Then, alright, out of consideration for the herbs you've presented, I will leave your body intact. Ditsang spoke with a sinister smirk and causes the other person to collapse entirely to the floor. The poor greaseball didn't expect he would still be killed after he handed everything over. However, that frightened mindset of his did have a brain because his attention swiftly turned to the concubines huddling in the corner of the room. Grabbing several of the dancers and songstresses, he pulls them to Ditsang's location. Oh great king of the demons, please let me go. If you do, these beauties are all yours. Hurrying to push one of the dancers beside himself to go forward, what are you all waiting for? Quickly go serve this great one. As frightened as the lady was based on that shivering appearance, she nevertheless plucked up her courage and walked towards Ditsang. However, scram! Before she could even get in front of the man, Ditsang's aura had exploded outwards and sent the lady flying and crashing into the nearest wall. Blood came pouring out of that mouth and dyeing the woman red from the chest down. I had wanted to give you an intact body once you die, but it seems you don't want that opportunity anymore. Dumbfounded, the slimy greaseball hurries to speak. Is this one not to your liking? No problem, it doesn't matter, I can find any beauty that is to your liking. As long as you let me live, then anything is fine. That pleading cry only made Bai Yen shake her head. She's absolutely baffled by how clueless this person was and how he could be so oblivious to his own mistake. No wonder your daughter is so stupid, it's due to your influence. First Elder chimes in with a sarcastic tone. His Majesty is angry because you keep trying to send those women to his side, yet you are still blind to the fact. How stupid can you be? No wonder you were sent here to guard the ancient battlefield. Wei Xingping just gawked his jaws there. He didn't think there would be a man who doesn't like beautiful women, and to refuse one at that. Not wanting to spend any more time with the fool, Ditsang returns his attention to his wife. Giving her a hug to not give anyone other ideas. Yen, don't be angry, I will cheer you up, okay? Breaking out into a giggling laughter. Where do you see that I'm angry? If he wants to send women to you is his business, you just need to not accept it. Not to mention, if you did dare to accept it, I will kill one if there's one, kill two if there's two, and kill dozens if there's dozens. Oh Yen, there's no need for you to dirty your own hands, your husband I will personally deal with these people. You just sit there and stay put. Banded Ditsang, too. Ditsang curses inwardly at the bastard that wants to incriminate himself. This Wei Xingping really doesn't like to live. Thank goodness Yen didn't misunderstand me, otherwise I will make sure his fate is the same as his daughter. How can this be? Muttering to himself in an incoherent manner, the fat greaseball still doesn't believe what he's seeing in front of himself. A man having multiple wives is normal in this world, even my own daughter who is so proud is willing to accept that fact. Why can this single woman up there monopolize someone so powerful to herself and not be reprimanded? Wei Xingping, I will let you die with a clear answer so you don't go wondering what you did wrong after you become a ghost. First Elder couldn't resist mocking the fool. Foxes are naturally charming and seductive by nature, that's a racial feature. Now look at the females beside yourself. What makes you think they can even compare to the fox race when the king can have so many better if he so much as said a word? In His Majesty's eye, he only has the queen and no one else. So, tell me, what makes you think sending other women to his side is a good idea? In fact, do you think he needs you to do that? You must be real stupid in the head to say something like that in front of the queen. The more he spoke, the colder the senior's expression became. Drag him away as well. Ditsang throws out this command to his nearby subordinate. His punishment will be dismemberment. Yes, sire. First elder complies by arching his fist and immediately looked to signal his men beneath. No. In his urgency, Wei Xingping forcefully breaks free from the arms of those dragging him away and sped away for the exit. However, before he could even take a single step outside, an old figure had already blocked his path. Want to leave? With a cold snarl, First Elder roars out a punch at the person and sent him flying across the hall, thus allowing the two demons to do their work of dragging the sack of meat away. Sire, what do you wish to do with the rest of these people here? The senior asks with indifference, like he could care less for the lives of these individuals. Those above the celestial rank can stay if they are willing to submit, otherwise you can kill them on the spot if they resist. As soon as the last bit came out, the hall was immediately shrouded in an air of murderous intent, causing many of the weaker ones to choke and gasp for air. Done with his order, Ditsang then returns to his wife that's sitting on the main seat. Wrapping his hand around her waist in a hug, Yen Yen, it's getting late, why don't we go back and rest? Okay. Bai Yen nodded and smiled at the nice suggestion. She's indeed getting a bit tired. Right as the couple's about to leave, the Demon King didn't forget to throw out one last command. Go locate all the spots with the richest cluster of herbs in this ancient battlefield. I want to give them to my wife. As you wish, sire. Left to carry out his business, First Elder wasted no time in sorting through the kneeling females in this room. However, when he saw the level these dancers and songstresses held, his face immediately turned into a frown. What to do with these people? They're obvious not of standard. He mutters to himself. Milord, please spare our lives, we were all kidnapped here by Wei Xingping and forced to follow him. Please let us go, we promise we won't ever appear before your eyes. Despite the tear-stricken faces of these beautiful ladies that could sway most men out there, First Elder's expression never wavered in the slightest. He's stern and hard, intent on carrying out his command to the teeth. Bandit Ditsang, 3. However, not everyone was made of stone. This includes the First Elder who's been living for over 1,000 years. When his eyes fell upon the shivering ladies who's clearly helpless before his might, he sighed and relented, knowing he's going to be disobeying the king's order. Tell me, how am I supposed to know there's no ulterior motives inside your hearts? He asked with a much softer but still harsh tone. One of the braver girls once spoke with pursed lips. We don't know, but we will do anything you ask of us. Fine then, I will carve a part of my powers into your soul. This allows me to control your actions during any moment that I wish. If you agree to this, then I will let you girls leave, otherwise, you know what happens. The girls looked startled but nevertheless didn't resist. They just hung their heads there before looking up at the elder. We are willing. To be in control by another is still better than losing our lives here today. Since it has come to this, First Elder didn't say more. Pulling forward his powers, he forcefully imprints his mark onto their soul. You can go now. Remember, nothing here is to be revealed to the outside. We understand. The girls became delighted. They didn't lie about being kidnapped here to serve the fat grease bowl. Now that they are free to leave, it's natural they couldn't be happier. So, the group didn't waste any time at all before rushing out the door and disappearing from sight under the cover of darkness. Celestial Palace. Several old men were sitting in the conference room discussing certain matters when a guard hurriedly barged in through the main entrance. Honorable keepers, those people from the demon realm have invaded the ancient battlefield and Wei Xingping, who is charged with its protection, has been killed. What? Keeper Ling, arrogant, became stunned. Jumping from the chair, he snaps with seething rage. How dare they attack the celestial realm? What do we do now, keepers? Asked the guard that's kneeling on the ground. Keeper Zun, ashen robe, and others turned quiet instead of arguing. We can't let this stand. That demon king's potential is limitless. If we allow him to grow, then it will surely endanger the celestial realm. But if we leave the palace, then the Lord will become aware of it. He won't let us interfere, so it's useless even if we went. Another keeper frowned and sighed. The power of this demon realm is not to be underestimated. Even after all these years of our suppression, they are still capable of breaking through to the celestial rank. So, we must not allow this to continue. My dear keepers, allow me to handle this matter. Just then a soft voice came from the rear and causes the seniors present in the room to turn their heads. What they saw was a woman that's as pristine as a fairy and gave off an almost halo effect with the light coming off of her body. Ruoshi, you are an important daughter of this world, we can't risk having anything happen to you. Keeper Zun, ashen robe, frowns as he said that. Keepers, I have been in your care for all these years, for that, I am extremely grateful. However, I believe it's time I did something for the celestial realm. As long as this world is safe, then I don't mind paying for it with my life. Showing a pained smile like she's running off to meet her end, Yun Ruoshi's appearance was difficult to find fault in there. Sure enough, the seniors here were all moved by her words. What a good girl she is. The celestial lord did not return for 1,000 years and she is still willing to take such risks for this world. Ruoshi, you must take your amulet with you. Keeper Ling, arrogant, softens up in his voice after the earlier outburst. A certain person told us years ago that your crescent-shaped amulet is the key to saving this world in the future. You must firmly keep it on your body and never lose it. Bandit Ditsang, 4, tightly clenching the amulet around her neck. Please be assured, since I am destined to ascend to that position, then no danger will come my way. You go then. Keeper Ling relents by waving his hand. Since she has gotten what she wanted, Yun Ruoshi promptly paid her respect and bid farewell to these rulers of the celestial realm. Looking at the direction of her departure, a faint smile gradually comes out of the most arrogant of the bunch. That wretched lass at least did one thing right back then, and that is to bring Ruoshi to us. Oh right, how is that crazy old coot doing? This. The group exchanged various looks among themselves, unsure how to answer Keeper Ling's question. In the end it was Keeper Zun, ashen robe, who sighed to break the silence. As usual, he's still as crazy as ever since Lassie was destroyed by us in both soul and body. He cared for the girl the most, so it hit him the hardest. Humph. Keeper Ling huffs a snort. How dare he lose his sanity after all he's done? If it wasn't for him bringing that wretched lass to the celestial palace, would the celestial lord become like so? He definitely held a grudge against the mentioned crazy old coot for what happened in the past. Not only did the guy not support their endeavor in slaying Bai Yan's former incarnation, he also tried to stop them. Enough, let's stop talking about him and continue our cultivation, a green-robed keeper suggests to his peers while getting up to leave. Since one of them was intent on going, then the others weren't going to linger around either. Very soon, all the others were getting up to disperse as well. It's just that. Right as they were out the door, the group were stopped by the mentioned crazy old man that was rushing over to their location. This individual wore similar clothes that's shaded white instead, but unlike them, this crazy old man had straws sticking out of his white hair that showed his sanity wasn't right. Bye-bye, where are you? Don't hide from Grandpa, I see you. Bumping over in an erratic fashion, the crazy old coot eventually stopped after hitting Keeper Ling on the side. Immediately, his eyes lit up. Bye-bye, I finally caught you, this time you can't hide from me. Little Bye-bye, do you know why I named you Bye-bye? It's because you were so adorably white as a kid, that's why I named you Bye-bye. Note, bye is the word white depending on how you use it in a sentence. That does it for Keeper Ling going from green to white, then from white to green. The usually arrogant senior snaps and forcefully pushed the crazy old coot away. I am not your Bye-bye, get a good look. Stumbling backwards from the shove, the poor fella that's being alienated turns into a daze like he's seeing something from the past. My bye-bye, where my little bye-bye? Woohoo, where is my good granddaughter? Extremely unsightly in the face now, Keeper Ling didn't want to hear anymore. Nothing but a little beggar that you picked up off the streets. How can you even think of her as your granddaughter? She's not even born of your son. Damn it, if you want to be crazy then go do it somewhere else. It's all your fault that everything is like this now. As someone that has a screw loose in the head, the crazy old coot clearly didn't hear a single thing there. Instead of arguing, the poor fella simply ran for the exit to leave the palace in search of his missing granddaughter. I'm going to find my good granddaughter. Where are you, my good granddaughter? Trembling all over from rage at this point, Keeper Ling wanted to explode but couldn't out of his own pride. He's the sane one here, so he's not going to stoop to the level of someone that's not right in the head. Hey, nothing will happen if we let him run off like that, right? Keeper Zun, ashen robe, comments from one side after seeing his former companion's deteriorated state. No matter what, they were once considered brothers, so his heart still ached for the poor fella. If he wants to find her, then let him go look. Regardless, that girl no longer exists, so even if he turns the celestial realm upside down, he will still not see her. Making a heavy flick of his sleeve, Keeper Ling did not want to spare another glance in the general direction of where the old coot went and turned for the back mountain. Likewise, several of the other keepers also sighed and shook their heads in disappointment before turning for their own rooms. They may have chosen to side with Keeper Ling, but they also lamented the fact that the once strongest of their bunch has regressed to the level of becoming the weakest. Fate sure likes to play tricks on the living. Bandit Deetsong 5. Just as these rulers of the celestial realm were discussing on how to handle the demon realm, Deetsong and his gang of bandits had already robbed through countless cities in their path. Naturally, the treasures from their venture were handed over to Bai Yen in the aftermath. It's just that news tended to travel fast in cases like these. When Deetsong arrived at his next targeted location, the whole city had already evacuated and took with them the treasures that would have been sitting here for his taking. Sire, what do we do now? A guard turns to ask with a nervous voice. Dark in the face, the Demon King raises his hand and gives the order, continue. He doesn't believe there's nothing to gain today. The corner of the guard's mouth began to twitch at this ridiculous situation. When did the king become so bandit-like? At the same time while that was occurring, a small little head carefully sticks out from the corner of the demon palace gate leading to the outside. When those eyes saw that no patrols were nearby to get in his way, he immediately beckoned the little dragoness from behind to come forward. Ish, placing a finger to his lips to gesture for quietness, Bai Xiaochen then tiptoes away with his sister for freedom. However, before he could even make it out of the palace grounds, a familiar scent had suddenly appeared in front of himself and blocking his path. Stiffly raising his head to confront the beautiful face, he greets her with an awkward grin. Auntie, what a coincidence. Xiaochen, where are you going with Dragony? Di Xiaowan pricks her brow. Ugh, shifting his eyes left and right in order to come up with an excuse. Me and Dragony are going out to play, we will be back soon. Is that so? Said the demon princess with bemusement. Is your little outing to go look for your parents? Turning into a rock at being caught, when did this sweet dumbaklutz of a auntie become so clever? Auntie. Not giving up, he tugs at the girl's arm in a pleading manner. I miss mother a lot, can you let me go find her? Your mother said not to let you go out. If she finds out that it was I who allowed you to leave, then she's going to be very angry once she gets back. Auntie, I know you care about me a lot, but I really do miss mother. Getting all teary in the eyes, he decides to use the best skill in his arsenal, and, I am very strong now, I can protect mother. Auntie Princess, can you let us go? Dragony also decides to join in on the attack and tugs at the other free arm with tears starting to fill her eyes. It's not impossible for you two to go. Di Xiaowan starts showing a cunning light in her beautiful eyes. Then, I can go with you, that will be fine. Bai Shuchen just stared at the girl, unable to take in what he's heard for a good moment. But your strength, Auntie. What? The demon princess gives a heavy knock at the boy's head to show her disgruntlement. Are you saying my strength is low that you're afraid? Just so you know, my strength is only weak because it's sealed away by that bastard, once it's released. But that's only if you can release the seal first. Bai Shuchen unkindly retorts his aunt's logic. Bandit Deet Song, 6, I don't care, you let me follow too or else. Di Xiaowan didn't even get to finish his sentence when her head felt a heavy force hitting it. Next thing the demon princess knew was her mind blacking out as she fainted away to the floor. Waving that little fist in the air in a triumphant manner, come Dragony, let's put Auntie aside first before setting off. Widening her eyes in startlement, the little missy shows a concerned face at what the boy did. But Highness, the princess is your aunt, isn't this a bit bad in what we're doing? Auntie is not so easily fooled anymore, so I can only use violence, otherwise we will be in big trouble if she tags along. With her strength, she will definitely encounter danger along the way. A frown surfaces as he says that. It's not like Bai Shuchen wanted to do it this way, but he has no other method aside from knocking his aunt out. The sweet Dumbaklutz was too big of an unstable variable to their plan. Come on, help me carry her inside. He lowered his body to lift the demon princess up, however, the boy quickly discovered how heavy the girl was compared to her relatively thin body shape. Okay, Dragony obediently ran to Bai Shuchen's side to help. When the two kids said they are bringing Di Xiaowan back inside, they didn't exactly mean carrying like in the traditional sense because the next second later, a noticeable thud could be heard after they literally threw the girl right across the air like some sort of throwaway baggage. Run! After finishing their deed, the little steambun hurries to grab onto the little missy's hand to run for the outside. Who? Inside the palace, the patrolling guards had heard the commotion by this point and came running for the noise. Quick, go call second elder and them, the princess has been attacked. The supervising captain exclaims and shouts out to his subordinate. Without delay, one of the cleverer ones rushed for help and returned with the elders in question. When they saw how Di Xiaowan has been knocked unconscious, one couldn't even begin to describe how dreadfully white their faces were at this point. What are you all waiting for? Hurry and go carry the princess inside. Second elder roars out at the palace guards while his legs trembled profusely. But before the task could be carried out, Di Xiaowan's consciousness had already begun to return. Princess. Fourth elder speaks with a nervous voice. What happened? Did those from the celestial realm attack? At first the princess was still rubbing the back of her head from confusion due to being knocked out, but that question immediately brought her back to reality. It's Shuchen who hit me, he is running off to find Bai Yen. Go stop him. What? Fourth elder shuddered from the realization of that news. Due to the intense shock, he nearly fell backwards when his legs stumbled backwards. I will go find His Highness, you bunch here take care of the princess. It only took a blink of an eye after he said that to disappear from the spot. The man didn't want to waste another second here because he's afraid he won't catch up to the boy. Princess, how are you? The remaining elders honestly didn't expect the culprit to be Bai Shuchen himself. Now not only do they have to worry about the princess's health here, they also have to worry about their prince encountering danger while not under their watch. Likewise, Di Xiaowan also felt guilty at being so careless. It's true she wanted to go with them, but this has gone far beyond what she wanted and it's all her fault. In the valley not far from the palace, Bai Shuchen's ears had picked up some movement from the rear. In his haste, he pulls the little missy into the bushes to hide. Bandit Deet Song, 7, here, eat this, he takes out a bottle and hands it to Dragony. What is this? The little missy asks. This is a medicine that can mask your scent and aura. I took it from Mother a while back. When I was at the Holy Land I would often go out with Sister Yi to do bad things, so this medicine was essential for us. Unlike all the other Dan pills in his possession, Bai Xiaochen could only recognize this one because of the frequent use. After taking the pill, both kids made sure to stay still while huddling inside the bushes as they hid. Thankfully their bodies are so small, thus allowing the leaves to cover their bodies very well and giving them ample opening to see Fourth Elder speeding right past their spot. How strange, the senior eventually came to a halt after noticing something was wrong. I clearly followed His Highness's scent, why did it suddenly disappear after I've come this far? After a thought, he didn't hesitate and continued to chase. In Fourth Elder's mind, he only needs to continue the pursuit and he would find the prince. Seeing the figure disappear from his view, Bai Xiaochen became relieved and jumped out of the bushes. Let's go Dragony, he's gone now. We will take another road to avoid him. However, right as the boy's about to leave with the little missy, he stopped again and turned around to rummage through his storage bag for some ink and pen. I need to leave a message for Fourth Elder lest he continue to search for me. I can't have others getting into danger because of us. Finding a large tree nearby, he scribbles something along the trunk so there's no chance for others to miss it. Okay Dragony, let's go. He claps his hand with satisfaction and stored the items away. Perhaps it's because of how long he's been searching and getting no result that Fourth Elder decides to turn back. Where in tarnation did His Highness go? Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock after seeing the lines of writing on the tree. Fourth Elder, help me apologize to Auntie please, I didn't have any other way. Also, I must go find Mother so don't look for me in Dragony, we will return with Mother once we find her. Towards this message, Fourth Elder could only get a bittersweet flavor in his mouth. It seems that the prince must go to the queen, even if we manage to bring him back, he will still leave again. Making a long sigh, he didn't continue his fruitless chase anymore and turned for the palace. How did it go? Di Xiaowan was anxiously waiting at the palace gate when she saw the man's return. It's just that the initial happiness on her face had faded away when finding the elder didn't bring the kids back as she expected. You didn't find Xiaochen? The princess asks with pursed lips. Fourth Elder nods slowly, His Highness was too cunning and escaped my pursuit. He left a message for you and that he's sorry, but he will go search for the queen regardless of what we do. Freezing up in her posture, but the celestial realm is too dangerous. Bandit Ditsang 8, Princess, we have no solution to the prince's decision. Furthermore, I don't think we can bring him back even if we tried. The effects of a demon's blood lineage held a lot over those of inferior quality. If Bai Xiaochen truly doesn't want to return, he could simply use his control over these demons to order them not to interfere. Di Xiaowan knew what the Fourth Elder said there was very reasonable and held no lies. Nevertheless, her heart couldn't stop worrying. Xiaochen is still only a child, I can't let him go to the celestial realm alone, I must find him. That said, the demon princess then pushes the elder aside to chase after the boy herself. Princess! Fourth Elder exclaims and hurried to stop this. You let me go, I must find Xiaochen, you, bonk. Finding how stubborn the girl was, the poor elder did the only thing that came to his mind and that was to knock the princess out with a karate chop. Sighing, we absolutely can't let the princess run off by herself. She's been tricked by the prince already and she still fell for the hit by me, there's no way she will survive on her own out there. In comparison to the prince, these demons are more concerned with this sweet Dumbaklutz than anything else. What's more, it's well known by now that Bai Xiaochen had gone through the training inside the secret domain and gained immense strength in doing so, adding that with his cunning personality, it's reasonable to assume the boy would be fine even if he's alone. Fourth Elder, aren't you afraid the princess will raise a fuss after she comes to you? Crossing his arms around the chest, Sixth Elder asks with a bemused face. Shrugging, other than knocking her out, do you have any other plan? You know as well as I do that the princess is the type to be sold and then go count the money for the seller. After he said that, the elder didn't dally around and picked the girl up around the waist to carry back inside the palace. Once again, peace has returned to the demon realm for the time being after this little twist of event. Once they finished ditching their pursuers, Fictional and Dragony's first destination would of course be the border city. However, he was quickly disappointed when he discovered that Bai Yan had already left by the time they arrived. As such, the two kids also snuck into the celestial realm on their own after learning that. Against the new and interesting things, Dragony have always been the curious one among the pair. Therefore, when they arrived at the closest settlement, her eyes immediately began to wander left and right at the new environment. "Damn beggar, how dare you come steal from our restaurant? Someone come, help me throw this beggar out of here." This was what Fictional heard when he was frowning at what to do next. Turning his head around for the source, he could see several people dragging a dirty old man out of an establishment. The senior's hair appeared very messy, just like a chicken's coop, but the worst was the odor coming out of that body. "It stinks." But the group apparently wasn't done after they kicked out the beggar. Instead they began to start beating the old man with their sticks to vent their anger. Oddly enough, the dirty senior didn't even flinch at the assault and continued to gnaw away at the chicken in his hand. Clearly the food was the reason why he went inside the restaurant. This scene made the boy frown even harder. Unable to bear it, he starts walking over. "Stop." Perhaps it's due to how tender and young his voice was, but the group did stop in their act after his holler. "Where did this child come from? How dare you get involved with our business?" A middle-aged man of the group coldly snarls at the boy. "Bandit Deetsong, 9, isn't it just a chicken? I'll help pay for it, so let him go." Rummaging through his clothes, Fictional tosses over a piece of silver to act as payment to the man. Coming before the old beggar, "Are you all right, Grandpa? I'm hungry, I'm so hungry." Maybe it's due to hunger or something else entirely, but the senior didn't pay any heed to the little steambun's inquiry and instead continued to gnaw away at the chicken. Normally one would be quite irritated at being ignored, but in this case, Fictional only felt an uncomfortable sadness circulating from within. "Eat slowly, grandfather, no one will steal it from you." It's then the crazy old man paused in his gnawing and turned to look up at the boy's face. "Did you see my bye-bye? I'm looking for my little bye-bye." Taken aback by the question, the boy's lovely brow furrowed up. "Grandpa, who is bye-bye? If you tell me I will help you look for that person." "Bye-bye is bye-bye, she is my good granddaughter. Let me secretly tell something, I actually snatched bye-bye off of my old friend's hands. Her talent is very good, so me and my old friend both wanted to accept her as our granddaughter. In order to win, I used a sneaky scheme to snatch her over." With that said, the crazy old man then bursts into tears and even tossed the chicken to the ground as he sobbed away. "I should have given her to him. He could have taken her to a secluded place where no one can hurt her. Bye-bye must hate me to death, woo-hoo-hoo." To the senior's credit, his words were clear and credible, totally unlike his crazy appearance. Unfortunately, that glimmer of clarity only lasted for a brief moment before he returned to his usual erratic state with that silly dumb smile. "Have you seen bye-bye? If you see her, can you tell my bye-bye that I miss her?" Against this partially unstable old man, Fictional just didn't know how to handle him. Nevertheless, his heart told him he couldn't leave this person behind. "Old grandpa, get up first and tell me how your bye-bye looks. This way I can help keep an eye out for her." "Boy." The middle-aged man over there had a better attitude after taking the little steambun's money, but that changed again into a sneer after hearing the old man's words. "Don't blame me for not warning you. This old beggar is a liar. He's been here for a few days already and has done nothing but freeload off others. Don't be fooled by him." Naturally, Fictional wouldn't be swayed by a simple comment from some stranger, especially when they have shown such harshness against an old senior. Still showing concerned eyes, he helps the crazy old coot up. "My bye-bye is all pearly and white, oh yes, she's also extremely talented, and..." Patting his chicken coop of a hair, The old man's gaze suddenly turned dull in the eye like he's lost in memory. I can't remember anymore. I think bye-bye has been gone for a long time. Highness. Giving the boy a gentle tug on the sleeve, Dragony offers up a suggestion. Why don't we bring him to Mother for help? This old grandpa is too pitiful, I feel so sorry for him. Nodding after a moment of thought, all right, let's do that. Although it can be dangerous if he follows us around, but I can't see how it's better than letting him stay here in this place. Perhaps we will encounter someone that knows him along our travel. That's right. From out of the blue, the crazy old coot suddenly slaps his thigh and then obsessively stared at the little steambun's face. Your eyes are just like Bye-Bye's. You're both very bright in there. Bandit Deetsong, 10, by Xiachen was stunned by that comment. If he were to use just that sliver about the eye to search for a person, then it would be a needle in a haystack. Where would he find such a person among so many? Grandpa, you follow us, my mother will help you find your Bye-Bye. Look for Bye-Bye. The crazy old man once again showed that dumb silly smile. Okay, let's go find Bye-Bye. In the end, the party of 2 has now become a party of 3 following the acceptance of this crazy old coot. Humph, don't listen to good advice then. Since the little steambun won't listen, the middle-aged man just huffs a grunt and returned to his shop. He could care less about some strange kid that has shown him so much disrespect. In a city not far away from where Bai Xiachen and them were, the patrolling guards at the city gate were just minding their own business today when they saw the unimaginable, a horde of demonic beasts trampling over to their location. Run, the bandits from the demon realm are coming, the guard's voice echoes across the entire settlement as he cries out this news. What? The bandits from the demon realm are coming. The denizens of this city were horrified by the explosive news. Without a care for whatever they're doing, everyone began to flee for their lives after quickly packing their stuffs. This includes the lord of this city as well, who emptied his treasury vault in a breeze. Yen, why don't we take root in this city? Those in charge of the celestial realm should have taken notice of us by now after all the noise we made. Deetsong softly asks after he halted the horde that's following them from behind. Gently caressing her own tummy, Bai Yan took a second to think about the proposal. All right, I was getting a little sleepy anyways, let's rest here then. As if getting the signal to start acting up from that answer, I will be sure to clear everything in the way. Though the ones we encountered thus far is not strong at all, but those with real strength is sure to come soon. Your husband, I hear, will definitely beat every single one and make them serve you. Bai Yan just didn't have the energy to tittle around with her man's antics and began rubbing her own temple. Deetsong, I don't know why, but my body's feeling rather restless lately. Do you think something happened to Xiachen and them back in the demon realm? Of course not, Yen, you are overthinking this. He shakes his head in disapproval. With the amount of ruckus we're raising over here, those from the Celestial Palace will be too busy thinking up a plan to deal with us. Where will they have time to go attack the demon realm? Over the years, Deetsong has mostly figured out the strength and weaknesses of this celestial realm. What bothers him though were the lack of confrontation from those so-called keepers. Making an enlightened face, Bai Yan then thought of something else. Oh, that's right, Deetsong, I want to go inquire about Bai Ning's whereabout. She's not absolutely certain if this Bai Ning was her biological mother or not, but it's a glimmer of hope she doesn't want to give up on. What's more, she could perhaps get some news on where Bai Xiao was. The woman's getting worried about her brother after he disappeared a while back. Of course, I will go send my subordinates out to search. You stay at home and take care of the baby. If there's any news, I'll be sure to come tell you. Nodding after concluding it's the best course of action. All right, I'll wait for your news. Spirit Fox, 1, First Elder. After Deetsong's attention shifted away from his wife, that handsome face promptly turned hard as he spoke. Pass my order down, this place will be our base from now on. As you wish. Cupping his fist, the senior respectfully complies. Even though there are not many enemies thus far, but the celestial realm's landscape stretches for millions of miles. There's going to be more coming for sure. Furthermore, they're only at the outermost stretch of the domain. They haven't even begun to touch the core area where there are dangers lurking at every turn. Also, send a couple of my strongest demon to guard the city gate. I don't want anyone coming or leaving without my explicit permission. After saying this, he immediately returns to helping Bai Yan into the city gate. However, unlike the bustling settlement that he expected of this place, what welcomed the couple was an empty husk that had toppled stalls and a street rolling with dried leaves. Looking at this scene, Di Tsang's expression instantly went black because he's really starting to question himself. Am I really that horrible that everyone will run before I even get here? Di Tsang, it seems your reputation is already infamous and far-spreading. Looking at this depressing sight of decline, Bai Yan's lips slightly curved upwards while trying not to let her husband notice the little slip-up on her face. Humph, these people aren't any better than me if that's the case. Narrowing his eyes in with an extremely sour note, they treated the demonic beasts as food and material. How are they any different? This world is like that, the strong eats the weak. Without strength, one doesn't have any right to dictate the rules. However, turning warm and gentle as he stared down at the woman in his arms, whether or not you are weak or strong, you will always be the undisputed one in charge of the demon realm. Very pleased by those sweet words, Bai Yan didn't mind being pampered right now, especially when her tummy was starting to show the bump of her child. Di Tsang, I'm tired. No problem, I'll find a place so you can rest. Inside the city, the most luxurious place would have to be the city lord's manor. The only issue was the emptiness of the estate. There are no decorations or supplies left in place after the previous owner fled in haste. As such, Di Tsang figured it's better to take his wife to a local inn instead where it's more functionable for now until an acceptable manor could be built atop of the old one. Di Tsang, I remember you mentioning there is a sizable population of demonic beasts living in this celestial realm. Is that correct? She asks while fiddling with her man's silvery hair. Aha! Let's do this then. Announce to all of those demons that they can join us if they wish, and we will rename this place as Demon City to act as a beacon of our influence. That's easy to do, Yen Yen. I'll go pass the message down to First Elder so he can do it. Giving the woman a peck on the forehead, his voice was all doting and loving. You mustn't stress yourself during this period, the baby, and you need to rest, so leave everything to me. Not far from Demon City, there lies a valley which stretches for thousands of miles and was exceptionally dangerous. Nevertheless, two little adorable things are currently cutting through the shrubberies with their swords and carefully pushing forward. Spirit Fox, 2, Old Grandpa, you walk slowly. Bai Zicheng decides to say that after finding the crazy old coot was jumping around too much in the area and putting himself into dangerous spots. Dragony, you hold his hand so he doesn't run off and get lost. I alone will be enough to clear the path for us. Okay. Dragony originally wanted to go back to as she's instructed, but the second she started walking over, the old senior bolted. Not to the side or in the opposite direction though, rather it's directly for the little steam bun who's leading the party like a rushing bull. Bai Shuchen honestly didn't know what was happening when he got charged. However, by the time he came back to his senses he was already thrown to the floor and staring upwards at the sky. Boom! An invisible force from the back suddenly brushes past the toppled pair and smashes into a nearby tree, causing the huge stumpy trunk to explode from the impact and toppling over the last of the towering remains. What the? I didn't even notice that attack just now, yet this old man can react so quick. Is he really some random beggar? Oh, that was so scary, so scary. Despite what this old coot just did, he did not act like anything worthy of being called a powerful individual. In fact, that goofy grin and chicken coop at the top continued to give the iron-masked image of a senile old elder. Highness, Dragony runs over to help the boy up. Are you alright? Did you get hit anywhere? I'm fine. Turning sharp in the eye, Bai Shuchen stares in the direction of where the attack came from. Come Dragony, let's go see what's happening over there. Although the little missy was very afraid of what lies ahead, she nevertheless listened to the little steambun's instruction out of habit. She's always been obedient to the boy's words, and this won't be any different. Up ahead, the entire area had been flattened instead of the tree-filled terrain like the rest of the forest, but that's not the most important bit in their view. It's the group of hunters and women at the center of their encirclement. The ladies covered in blood and appeared enraged by the foes. "Spirit Fox, you have nowhere else to hide anymore after escaping us for so many years, ha ha ha." The one saying this was a man that had an elderly but muscular appearance. "I'll give you a chance, submit to me or die by my sword." The woman wearing the green dress in the middle promptly sneered at the proposal. Even though she's clearly at a disadvantage and likely on the last leg, those eyes remain stubborn and full of fire. "Submit to you. Dream on. I am Spirit Fox, even if my soul is destroyed I will never surrender to the likes of you. In that case, I'll grant your wish." Narrowing those old eyes in, the buffed elderly individual in charge of the hunters revealed a glint of murderous intent when he drew his blade. Bat hump. Just then, right as the cold hard steel was about to slash down from above, a small rustling sound from the side had caught their attention, causing the hunters to pause and look over. They could see it's a young little boy stumbling out from behind a huge tree, and considering those fear-filled eyes, they figured the newcomer were no threat to the group. "Who are you?" the elder asks with a demanding tone and made the little boy burst into tears. "Spirit Fox, 3. I am looking for my mother, I am looking for my mother." Annoyed by the interruption, the old hunter frowned. "Your mother is not here, so hurry away, this is not a place for children to stay." Since the other side was only a child, he didn't give too much care and simply shooed the other side away. "Grandpapa, can you take me to my mother?" The little boy looked timidly at the hunters, his mouth drawing into a thin line of pity and sadness. If it was under normal circumstances, these hunters would have offered aid to a lost child for sure, but this was not the case today. They had more pressing matters at hand than to babysit a young boy. Go, hurry up and go, if you don't go then I'll have someone throw you away." The buff old hunter impatiently waves at the boy again. "Grandpapa," since the distance between both sides had drawn to a measurable short distance at this point, the act of shooing away the child was like a welcoming gesture to cling onto the man's sleeve. This for sure made the old hunter grow more impatient. However, he didn't expect the shaking gesture from his arm to earn himself a dagger through the palm instead. "You!" the old hunter exclaims and tries to blow his little assailant away. Unfortunately for him, none of his power would come forward when he tried. In fact, his arm that has been pricked by the dagger grew numb and powerless, thus making it all too easy for the boy to dodge to one side when he reached out. What innocent boy that's lost in the woods? What timid poor boy that only wanted to seek help? There's none of that, only a little devil that's showing a devilish grin. You're not bad, your entire body is covered in treasures that resist physical attacks from others. Aside from your face and the palm of your hand, none of my weapons would have been able to get through. Bai Shuchen comments with his cheeky smile. "So how do you feel now? Do you like my poison that's on my dagger?" The old hunter's face had gone white at this point. He desperately wanted to expel the toxin by forcibly pushing the invading element out from his veins, but the more he tried, the worse it got. How can this be?" he mutters with clenched teeth while taking a step back. "Who the hell are you?" A twisted grin draws itself across the boy's face as a fluffy tail of silver came out of his back. Waving it in the air to show the old hunter, "Stupid, can't you see my identity?" Shock filled the hunter's eye. "Fox. You are a demon. This little thing is actually a demon." "Impossible, even if it is a demon taking human form, I still would have noticed long before he got close. How did I not catch it?" "Dragony, old grandpa, you can come out now." Bai Shuchen beckons her friends to come out of hiding from the huge tree behind himself. So fun, the crazy old coot was the first to jump out of the cover. clapping his hand with that goofy smile. So fun, little guy, can you lend me your poisonous dagger? I want to poke him a few times too. The comment instantly made the old hunter falter backwards a couple of steps, however, his body froze as soon as he took a closer look at the one speaking. Spirit Fox, for you. You are. How can it be him? The old hunter gulps hard, understanding he might have mistakenly poked at a huge hornet's nest this time. Although he had only ever seen him from afar at the palace, but the impression remains very deep and memorable. Sure, this old coot would often act crazy before the public, but even those keepers would abstain from provoking him. That just goes to show how prestigious and important this old coot's background was. On the other hand, the crazy old coot acted like he didn't give a care in the world. Using his dirty hands, the senile old Gramp began to pat the hunter's head like he's hitting a child. Come on, run, go on and run, this is too fun, ha ha ha. Baishuchin didn't pay too much attention to the antics of the old fella, instead his eyes fell upon the woman lying to the ground. How are you? Somewhat surprised by the question, Spirit Fox struggles to climb up from the ground using the tree trunk as support. Heaving long raspy breaths, I'm fine, thank you little brother. Can you tell me why he is trying to capture you? Drawing her eyes downward in a dejected manner, he wants to use me as an ingredient in his alchemic recipe. I kept running away and hiding, but in the end he eventually found me. Giving an understanding nod, Baishuchin knew he must help. I have some Dan pills here, but I don't know which can help cure your injury. Why don't you try them all, how about it? That said, he promptly pulled out multiple bottles to hand over one bead from each one. Happy and grateful in her expression, I'm thankful but medicinal pills are useless for me. I only need to rest for a while to recover, but as you can see, this place is too dangerous to do just that. When you leave, can you take me along? Okay, the little steam bun didn't hesitate to nod and places the pills away, then have a good rest, I will take you with us. Spirit Fox tiredly closes her eyes as her body lets off a blue glow. Moments later, there were no longer a woman leaning up against a tree here, rather there's only a blue fox lying on the ground already asleep. Dragony, you take her with you. Why me? Dummy, boys and girls need not touch, she is a female so it will be inconvenient to keep her on me. Not like she's little rice you know. Then turning his face into an almost serious yet hilarious look, Mother said, aside from relatives and my future wifey, I can't get too close to other girls. The crazy old coot gave up on torturing the old hunter at this point and ran over with his palms rubbing against itself. Are we having roast fox tonight? If we are then I want the leg, I like eating the leg part. Baishuchin's face went black and immediately shot a stare over, this fox is my kind, she's not for eating. If you eat foxes again, I'll ignore you from now on. Puckering up his lip in grievance, the old coot was obviously unhappy at being yelled at. Fine, I won't eat then, why yell at me? You can't eat foxes, and you can't eat demonic beasts either. If you can't then I won't help you find your bye-bye. Forking those little hands against his waist, the little steam bun stands firm on the matter. I won't eat, you must help me find my bye-bye. In comparison to finding his bye-bye, filling the stomach meant nothing. That's a good boy. Praising the old coot by touching his head, you help us look after this fox and I'll do that, otherwise I won't help you. Okay. Casting one final glance at Spirit Fox, the crazy old coot's attention continues to linger around the little thing's body. I can only look and can't eat, this is too torturous. Spirit Fox, 5, running up to the old hunter after getting an idea, Baishuchin began to rub the bottom of his chin. Your armor is not bad, quickly take it off and give it to me. Shuddering at the order, the poor man pleads, but I don't have any clothes underneath. I don't care, if you and your partners want to live then take off your armor. There's no room for discussion in his tone, a true props to his old man's lineage of being a ruler. In the end, the old hunter could only do as told under the eyes of his companions. He's naked standing there in the breeze, both hands tightly covering his important part between the legs as he shivered from the cold. Ah! Frightened by the sight, Dragony hurries to cover her eyes from the picture and hid behind the boy and old crazy coot. Black in the face at what he indirectly caused, the little steam bun hurries to remedy it. What are you all still waiting for, scram? But the antidote, the old hunter meekly says. Despite being the leader of this hunting party, the old hunter could only bow his head under duress. Blinking his cute little eyes at the request like he's some sort of innocent angel, but I only know how to concoct poisons, I don't know how to cure them. In that instant, the old hunter's expression immediately collapsed into outrage. However, right as he's about to lash out at how ridiculous it was to not carry an antidote, Baishachin had shot another glare over and made the person cower away. This, you must be teasing me, how can you not have an antidote? Actually, making a frown on his cute little face, there is a way to cure the poison. You only need to get a child to urinate on the wound and avoid making contact with me. As soon as you draw close, then the poison will activate and increase in your veins until all of your flesh begin to fester from rot. Losing his soul from fright, the old hunter didn't need any warning on that point. He would rather not meet this little devil for a second time in his life. Alright, I've told you what you want now, so scram. Puckering his lips in dissatisfaction, Baishachin demands again. Naturally, the old hunter and his goonies needed no urging on the matter. The party practically ran for the foot of the mountain like they've just encountered a ferocious beast and survived the encounter. Highness, does that poison really need a child's urine to cure? Dragony asks with a gullible look of innocence. Of course not, Mother never allows me to bring those poisonous things around, nor does she let me concoct my own poison. The stuff I slabbed onto my dagger is nothing but a neutralizer that numbs a person for an hour. Afterwards he will be fine and back to normal. Then why did you tell him that? Doubtful now, the little missy still believes the urine nonsense was true. That old hunter hurt a member of the Foxes, how can I let him go without a lesson? The boy huffs a snort like he's done something great. Alright, we've wasted enough time in this forest, let's go and head to the nearest town. I'm sure we will get some information about Mother and Batty Father there, since they are bound to make a lot of noise after their arrival. Dragony agrees to the idea and nods right away. Truth was, her level of worship towards the demon prince has risen to a level of deifying the boy, so he could literally say the sun was black and she would still believe him. Hey, did any of you hear about the demons that came to our celestial realm? They apparently conquered a city and renamed it Demon City. Spirit Fox, 6, those demons from that demon realm really is bold, how dare they come invade our celestial realm? Seriously, why is no one retaliating yet? I reckon the powerful ones on our side is currently rushing over from where they are right now, there's no way they will allow some rambunctious demons trample around unhindered. But then again, I keep getting this feeling that the Great War from a millennium ago is going to start again from the way things are turning out. Inside the local tea house, Baishachin continues to listen in on the various conversations of these patrons until he himself decides it's time to move on. Grabbing a passing waitress, he puts on a naive and innocent smile. Pretty sister, can I ask you where that so-called demon city is? Startled at first at being pulled from out of the blue, the waitress stops and looks down at the little man who instantly captivated her heart with how adorably cute he was. She's never seen such a handsome young boy, especially those eyes which seems to sparkle with light. Little brother, that city has been taken over by the demons, you shouldn't go anywhere near it lest those demons ruin you as well with their scourge. Baishachin's face went black. Is this how the people of this world think of us demons? Beautiful sister, I'm only curious and want to take a quick peek, can you give me the directions to get there? Slightly giving another tug at the waitress's sleeve, he increases the level of his cuteness for the final blow. In the face of such a lovely little guy, no one would be able to refuse his request. When you head straight out of town, about a kilometer away, there will be a city patrolled by demons, that is the city of demons. Thank you, beautiful sister. Moving to bow his head in thanks, the little steam bun then turns to hold Dragony's hand, who's been waiting the entire time. Highness. Despite others not knowing, the little missy definitely felt the change in the boy's tone, and it's not a pleasant one. My mother is not the type to indiscriminately kill others, and my father won't either with her by his side. Narrowing his eyes in after saying that, and based on what that beautiful sister said, the reputation of us demons are very bad in these parts. But I believe in my kind, they won't attack others so casually. Someone must be smearing our reputation. Back in the human world there are no shortages of demonic beasts, however, they have always huddled together in seclusion and away from human civilization. Furthermore, they would only attack if provoked first, that's a fact and not a belief, since humankind was able to live peacefully while having a horde of demonic beasts roosting inside the abyss forest. Dragony, let's go find mother first. No longer dwelling on the matter, Xiachen was ready to go forward with Dragony in tow when a person suddenly collided with himself as he turned. As a result, he ends up stumbling backwards a few steps from the impact. Outrageous, do you not see my family's lady is here? How dare you get in her way and not move? Immediately, a loud holler came from the front. Raising his head, the boy could see the outburst had come from an arrogant-looking maid walking behind another female wearing a pearly white dress. The maid didn't look exceptional by any standard, but the maid's mistress that had bumped into Xiachen definitely stood out with quite the beautiful contour. It was clearly her who bumped into my gidge, big brother, why do we have to apologize? Dragony fights back with her logic and angry stare at the maid. Spirit Fox, 7, the maid flew into a rage, but right as she's about to go up to hit the girl who would disrespect herself, a raised hand had blocked the maid from moving. Enough, this is not a big deal anyways, why make it hard for a child? Yunruo, she extends her hand with a smile on that face as a gesture of goodwill. Little brother, it wasn't intentional on my end, so how about we reconcile with a handshake? First giving a look at the outstretched hand, then at the gathered crowd of onlookers, Xiachen only took a second to muse over the decision as he lowered his head in an apologetic manner. My mother told me that one should apologize if one did wrong, so I'll apologize. I didn't see you and bumped into you. I thought I wouldn't hit anyone because of how slow I was walking, but I didn't expect. In other words, despite being not at fault because of his slow pace, he would still apologize since both sides held responsibility. Going stiff in the face at being pointed out, Yunruo, she shoots a warning glare to the maid behind herself before turning back to the boy with a smile. My maid is too impolite, so don't mind her. Is she your personal maid? Asked Xiachen. She didn't understand why the boy would ask that but nodded anyway. She is indeed my personal maid. I've had her by my side since I was a child. Oh, nodding like he's enlightened, my mother said that a maid represents their master and mistress. If a maid is too arrogant, then that's the result of their master's deliberate indulgence, and in many cases, the voice of their master, because there are some words they don't want to say in person. That said, the little steam bun then raises his head to confront Yunruo she directly in the eye. There are no maids like that around my mother who doesn't know what is right from wrong, don't you understand that much? That made Yunruo she go from green to white, then from white to green in exasperation. It's exactly as the boy says, she's been indulging her maid over the years and would even use the maid to say things she herself doesn't want to say in public. But to be exposed before the public like so, it's making her extremely uncomfortable. Sure enough, the gathered crowd had started to turn their heads in disappointment, especially for those who thought the lady was some clean flower instead of the tainted rose whom she was. I thought this lady is gentle and kind with a good character, but then again, why would she have such a nasty maid if she herself wasn't so nasty? I know, right, if it wasn't for the boy we would still be in the dark. I say, who is the boy's mother? He's clearly very well taught. The murmuring was starting to have an effect since Yunruo she had clenched her fists up. The only saving grace was the fact that no one knew who she truly was, Otherwise the image she maintained for so many years would be ruined today. Miss, look at this boy, Pa. Not going to give ammunition to the little steam bun, she directly slaps the maid in the face to keep that mouth from yapping. You be quiet. How many times have I disciplined you? If it wasn't for your father whom I owe a debt to, do you think I would keep indulging you? In other words, she only turned a blind eye to the maid's nasty nature because of a debt, not because of what Baishuchin said about herself. You bitch, I finally found you. Just as Yunruo she was twisting the story to her own advantage and clearing herself of any taint, the old coot suddenly pounced over from the side and threw a heavy punch to her head. Worse was that things didn't end there. The old coot also started to pull at her hair. The more he pulled, the harder his strength became until the situation crumbled into a mess. Spirit Fox ate you. The pain nearly made Yunruo she break out into tears. She wanted to lash out in retaliation, but that's when she realizes who it was. In that instant, her complexion had lost all color. How can it be him? Why is this old man here? You bitch, I'm going to kill you, you killed my good granddaughter, I'm going to kill you bitch. The crazy old man has now turned into a vicious old man. His fist was relentless when smashing down at the lady's face, causing it to go bruise and sore in all sorts of places. As painful as it was for Yunruo she to take this beating, fear overtook everything else in this case. She knows, since that event back then this crazy old coot hated her more than anything else in this world to the point where she never once dared to appear before him. To think they would bump heads in a place like this of all places. Meanwhile on the side, Baishuchin had his eyes staring wide in dismay towards this interaction. He's completely taken aback and surprised by this twist of event. This old grandpapa, does he have a vendetta against her? Gidge, Dragony nudges at the boy's hand, what's wrong with him? Why is the grandpapa acting like this? Didn't you listen? Grandpapa's granddaughter died because of her, she killed her. That's a death grudge ah. Drawing his lips into a sinister smirk, Baishuchin's sight now lands firmly onto Yunruoshi's body who's curled into a fetal position for protection. Gidge, do you also hate this woman? Asked the little missy with curiosity in those eyes. With her understanding of Baishuchin, the boy wouldn't normally dwell on a matter like this unless it's out of spite. Since he did so then it must mean he doesn't like or outright hate her. Strange though, this was clearly their first time meeting the lady since they arrived in the celestial realms, so why the heavy grudge? Yes, I don't like her, I didn't like her since the first second I laid eyes on her. Crumpling his cute little face into a frown, especially when I see her fake face, my dislike inexplicably grew deeper until it's become a form of hatred. Dragony nods in earnest, if that's the case then I also hate her. Grandpapa, Baishuchin saw that the old coot has done enough damage and waves for him to come over, let's go, we will go find your bye-bye. That stopped the crazy old coot from continuing. With a goofy grin, okay, let's go find bye-bye. However, that's not before the old senior sent another kick at the bruised-up lady. Apparently hatred knows no bound, even if one becomes senile and unable to discern what's reality or an illusion. Finally free from her assailant, Yunruoshi's first instinct was to clean herself up so she wouldn't look like such a mess. Sadly for her though, aside from wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she couldn't do any more for her hair because the old senior had ripped some of her scalp along the process. Just touching the upper part of her head would bring a stinging pain that made her gasp. What are you all looking at, scram? The maid snaps out at the gathered crowd after realizing no one was helping and made them disperse. Of course, that's not before they all bellowed out into a laughing fit at this hilarious show. Miss, are you all right? The maid quickly crouches down to help her lady up, that old man is so abominable. Pa! Sending another slap at her maid without any indication, Yunruoshi spoke with grits and stone between her teeth, where the hell were you? Why didn't you help me? The maid shuddered because she didn't dare to say she's too afraid to help. Miss, the old man and the blasted child is too much, why don't we follow up with a... Flashing a killing light in her eyes, she makes a beheading gesture with that hand. Spirit Fox, 9, huffing a grunt at her maid's idea, go ahead and kill that old man if you think you can, but that child must die. Yunruo, she doesn't understand why either, but she detests the boy as soon as she's met him as well. Coupled with the fact that he dares to challenge her, it only made sense things would turn out this way. You immediately go inquire about that boy. I want to know where they went. If my guesses are right, that little girl is a demon. Yes, milady. The maid wasted no time to retreat from the lady's presence. She's afraid further punishment would befall herself if she lingered. Minutes later. Miss, I've checked, they're likely heading to that city of demons. City of demons? Yunruo, she sneered, recently the movements of the demon realm are getting bigger and bigger. Now they're also recruiting the local demons to their side, so I bet that little girl is also doing the same by heading there. Xiaoqing, maid, go see if those monarchs have come yet. Monarch, a title that could only be given if one possesses the strength of a high divine or above in this world. In that case, the individual would be allowed to set up his own territory and become a ruler of a region, somewhat effectively becoming a king of a domain. If they come, flashing a cold hard light in the eyes, tell them to come find me at the inn, I want to discuss with them on how to deal with the demon realm together. But before that, I must lead that old fart away from the demon girl and boy, otherwise he might end up joining those demons and turn against us. At this moment, right outside the walls of a city adorned with a plague inscribed with the word Demon City, thousands of demons and demonic beasts were being processed for entry into the settlement. Their treatment wasn't of the best out there, mainly because Bai Yan didn't have trust in these individuals who has lived in the celestial realm all their lives, but these demons didn't have any other better options out there aside from seeking protection from Di Tsang and his subordinates. Yen, you've been watching these demons for so long atop of this wall, what do you think of them? Di Tsang asks while bringing a coat for his wife to wear. Making a mild smile, at the moment I can't see anything out of place, but there is bound to be some down there sent to spy on us. After all, they've been isolated from the demon realm, so it's expected that some would become loyal to the enemies. It's better to be careful. She wants all of the demons to return to their roots, but that doesn't mean she would allow others to take advantage of this opening. Suddenly, Bai Yan's attention lands onto a woman hidden among the crowd, her eyes beaming with a touch of frost. There's something wrong with that woman. Drawing his lips into a smirk, Di Tsang also turns to the crowd that's below. You also noticed? Let's go. In one leap, she descends from the wall and surprises the gathered demons with her entry. Spirit Fox, 10. As beautiful as this woman's appearance was, the crowd greatly lamented the fact that she's pregnant and not a virgin, otherwise they would be conniving to woo this one. Yen, you be careful, we can't have you getting hurt. Landing with a frown, Di Tsang hurries to examine his wife for any issue. When I was pregnant with Xiaoqin, I was running around outside still and getting into all sorts of fights, do you see me getting hurt? Shooting a glare at her husband for over-worrying, my babies aren't so frail. If she and her baby could endure the damage from a lightning strike, then a simple descent from some city wall was nothing. After lecturing her hubby, Bai Yan returns her attention to the woman in question. Though ordinary in appearance, she just has a strange aching suspicion this individual wasn't normal. Say it, who sent you? Going slightly white in the face, I don't know what you're talking about. Won't tell the truth. Bai Yan continues to examine the person in a scrutinizing manner. You think I won't notice just because you're wearing a wolf skin? Why are you pretending to be a demon and trying to enter the city? Finding she's been discovered already, the spy didn't bother trying to keep up her facade anymore and bursts out laughing. In an instant, the aura explodes out of the woman and blows the nearby demons away in all directions due to the force created. Careful. Alarmed, Di Tsang hurries to pull his wife into a protective hug to shield her from the explosion. She is a high divine. High divine. Bai Yan was surprised because this high divine was the most powerful enemy to date. Are you the king of the demon realm? The spy ignored the pregnant queen and turned to Di Tsang instead with a look of desire. It's too obvious on what she wanted when that tongue stretched out to lick her own lips. Your strength is very good, grinning maliciously. With your strength, marrying such a woman is too much of a pity. How about this? Leave her and come to my side to become my husband. What say you? A flash of hardness flickered across Di Tsang's eyes after hearing that pompous statement. In order to reassure his wife, he immediately leaves a soft kiss along Bai Yan's lip. Just wait here for me. I'll come back after I finish dealing with this spy. Be careful. If they're only one enemy, then she's very confident her own man could handle it. Loosening his arms around Bai Yan's body, Di Tsang now focuses his entire attention to the opposite side. Boom! In this moment, gushes of air came blowing out of his clothes due to him releasing his full might, which causes the spy to narrow in her eyes as well. So the rumors are true, the Demon King is as strong as they say. It's good I came in person to get an impression first. Now I can take him as a male consort in my harem. Demon King, why go against the celestial realm when you're such a handsome beauty? There's no way you will prevail with only your level of strength and that useless wife of yours. That's right, in the eyes of this high divine, likely a monarch and ruler of one region, this spy thought of Bai Yan as nothing more than an ant, an insect that she could crush with one foot. However, the comment didn't infuriate the mentioned wife, it only made her break out into a chuckle. Celestial Realms Faction 1, wait Di Tsang, there's something I want to ask her first. Slowly coming forward, Bai Yan's eyes were burning with fire. Although the Demon King didn't know what his wife wanted to do, but he's not going to stop her if that's her wish. However, he's going to remain ready in case anything happens. You're almost 50 or 60 years old now, right? She asks with a meaningful smirk. Maintaining one's youthful image wasn't hard for a cultivator, especially for those at the higher levels like the one before herself. That's right. Ticking her lip into a cheeky smirk, the spy had plenty of confidence her achievements are something to be proud of because there aren't many like her even in 100 years. Then what right do you have to call me weak and useless if it took you 60 years to reach the high divine level? An air of defiance exudes out of Bai Yan's body as she confronts the spy who looks down at herself. I began to cultivate at the age of 15 and is now 7 years in to reach where I am today. As for yourself, it took you over 50 years to break up to the high divine. How can you be so proud with that sort of achievement? What's more, my subordinates are barely 30 years old and is already at the bottom divine. It will just be a matter of time before they overtake someone like you. Bai Yan could ignore others trying to insult herself because she doesn't care about the opinions of others, but it's a different story if it involves the demon realm, nor would she allow others to get the impression that the queen of the demon realm was a useless woman that only knows how to rely on the man. Likewise, the spy's remark had infuriated the gathered demons gathered around the city gate. Their eyes are filled with anger at the woman who insulted them all. The only woman worthy of being my wife is already standing next to me. Di Tsang began to move after throwing this out there, and due to how fast his attacks were, a cloud of dust was stirred into the air as a result. You're also a high divine. The spy exclaims after being surprised by that incredible speed. Such a shame, a man this capable is being accompanied by such a useless woman over there. That's right, in the eyes of this woman who came to make trouble, any female with the strength beneath herself was a useless weakling that deserves to be trampled. Queen, what are you doing? First Elder was at first focused onto the battle that's taking place but quickly shifted to Bai Yan instead, who's setting up a pattern of stones on the ground at such an odd timing. Raising a smirk at the question, she gladly answered the Elder's inquiry. I want everyone to know that Di Tsang's wife is not weak or useless. So what if she couldn't beat the enemy in a direct fight? It's not like brute force was the only way to win out there. The queen knows how to set up spell matrices. First Elder inwardly thought. Ignoring the strange and shocked look coming her way from multiple individuals at this point, Bai Yan continues to arrange her stones on the floor and further the effort by scribbling some strange diagrams with a chalk pen. Moments later and she was done. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she returns her gaze over to the battle that was still continuing with increased ferocity. Celestial Realms faction, too, as a result of the constant exchanges between the two that's fighting up in the air now, the ground has become littered with miniature craters due to their back and forth. In short, the earth has become a hazardous scorched earth appearance and many demons fled as far as they could without actually leaving the city outskirts entirely. Even so, the upper hand soon fell into Di Tsang's hands as beads of sweat became apparent across the female spy's forehead. Di Tsang. Suddenly, a faint yet crisp cry reached out from the rear and made the Demon King swing around at that gorgeous face. Throw her inside this spell formation I made and then inject your power into it. Without hesitation at his wife's order, Di Tsang instantly blinked behind the female spy and stomped down at the woman's back, causing an audible thud with his foot and landing a bullseye in the process. Then to seal the deal, he reached out with his hand and blasted his wife's work with a sizable chunk of his power in the form of a purplish flame. Naturally that final gesture wasn't an attack, rather it's an injection like Bai Yan wanted, thus causing the spell to wink to life. Ah! When the red light rose from within at its activation, the female spy immediately screamed out in pain like the area inside were burning with toxic fume. It's excruciating and tortuous even to those listening in, so it didn't take much for others to realize what's happening. Painful. The spy flew into a desperate rage in no time, constantly throwing herself entirely at the transparent veil that's acting as her cage. Unfortunately for this poor foolish woman, whatever attempt she's trying to do were for naught because the weight of her attacks and body slamming didn't even make a dent in the veiled circle. Rather, it's herself who's tittered with scrapes and bruises from all that fussing. Let me out, you let me out now. Her eyes turned red, showing a look of madness as she continued. In awe at this amazing spectacle, First Elder had to ask again with increased variety in the tone of his voice, Queen, this spell formation of yours, it's able to trap a high divine? It's not like the Demon Elder was overreacting in this case. Even in the demon realm, a high divine was a rarity and could be considered a powerhouse among the Demon King's army. Word count, 1146, last edited by Cat00 on March 18, 2020 at 1:19 p.m. Toggle panel, publish preview changes, opens in a new tab, status, published edit status visibility, public edit visibility revisions, 2 browse revisions published on March 15, 2020 at 2024 edit date and time moved to trash toggle panel. Patreon level require the below membership tier or higher to view this post. Makes entire post patron only. If you set a precise amount in advanced settings below, or had one set before, that will be used instead. Require the below precise $1 monthly membership or over to view this post. Optional, overrides the above select box when used. $1 require. And shrugging her shoulder like it's nothing, Bai Yan spoke with a hint of melancholy like what she achieved was nothing to gloat about. If by virtue of power then of course I can't imprison a high divine, that's why I borrowed Di Tsang's strength. That said, she then stares down at the prisoner with a taunting look, what now? Didn't you call me weak and useless earlier? How come you are trapped by the one you are looking down upon? Stopping now over that remark, the female spy clenched her teeth and showed a defiant face. You're only relying on your man to subdue me. Who do you think you are to speak to me in that manner? Well, at least I have my man to rely upon, you don't. At least I have my man to rely upon, you don't. If it was the old Bai Yan who still hasn't married yet, then she would never say something like that. Unknowingly, she too has been changing since their union. While the Demon King became more humanistic and less of a hard ass, the Queen herself has learned to give trust to others when carrying a burden. The spy couldn't retort to that statement since Di Tsang and Bai Yan are a couple after all. Like what else was she supposed to say in this instance when she's already caught? In the end, regret was the only emotion filling up this one because she didn't need to come alone today. She could have waited and attacked with the other monarchs who were still arriving from their territories. I haven't used this spell formation in many years already. Generally it's reserved for traders that has some secret I needed to know. Are you honored that it's being used on you? The spy didn't respond, only clenching her teeth in silent defiance. I call this the tortuous truth bind. It inflicts and intensifies the pain receptors of those inside it. Whenever you answer me dishonestly, then it will detect that in your brain, which would create a reaction. Just so you know, the pain you felt when the spell activated is nothing to what you are going to experience once I begin my interrogation. Despite her smile being so gorgeously mesmerizing, Bai Yan's face only looked menacing and dark in the eyes of her captive. It's the same as the Demon King's, only in the female form. Your name. The spy didn't take the warning to heart, of course. With a snort, she swung her head to the side without answering. Now that's when it happened. Glowing underneath the ground, the scribbles of weird symbols Bai Yan wrote on the floor with the chalk pen began to glow red again, and bolts of lightning just zapped upwards from out of the blue. Unlike the usual electrifying experience of being hit by thunder, these bolts of electric beams didn't get absorbed by the flesh. Instead they acted like whips of thorns that whacked her fleshly body in every angle. This includes the face, the chest, and... well, a torturing device doesn't discern between a female's private parts, so those bits were also up for the taking. Ah! By the time the first wave was over, the spy could see her clothes had mostly been ripped and left her bare for the world to see due to all the damage. However, that's not the worst of it. Wherever those whips of electrifying madness landed, it would leave behind a line of blackness on her skin to show it's been severely burned from the contact. There's still white smoke smoldering out of her ruined skin. Celestial Realms Faction 3. Her eyes were finally overtaken by the despair she felt from within. Those eyes of the demons coming her way, and the pitiful condition she herself was in right now. There's no hope to be found. I'll ask again, tell me your name. Oh yes, I forgot to tell you, this spell formation will increase in its intensity whenever you refuse to answer me honestly. This time it's a lightning whip, next time it might be some sort of fire or water attack. The spy's body trembled harder after hearing that. It's Mu Mei. Second question, what are you here for? Mu Mei tightly clenched her fists in frustration but answered anyways. I have been informed that the demon realm is attacking us, so all of us monarchs are to gather in this region to combat the threat. Monarchs? High divines are titled monarchs within the celestial realm because we are charged with the rule of a regional territory. Bai Yan nods in approval at the explanation. Then who is it that informed you of our coming? How many of you are there in this world? Please, the one who informed me is Yun Ruoshi of the Celestial Palace. She's the one you want. As for how many of us there are, it's somewhere between 40 to 50 the last I checked. That surprised Bai Yan. 40 to 50 monarchs. Then that means there might be even more high divine enemies hidden in the shadows. This battle won't be easy. One last question, do you know about a woman by the name of Bai Ning? Bai Ning, the name not only roused a reaction from Mu Mei, it downright made her frightened in that moment. There's open fear in the spy's eye after hearing those two words. Catching this unmistakable look of recognition, Bai Yan's expression turned serious and hard when pressing for more. You know Bai Ning? The one you're speaking of. Is she the one who escaped unscathed after openly assaulting the Celestial Palace, that Bai Ning? Yes, I'm talking about her. Do you know where she is? Bai Yan's heart tensed up and causes her to reach in with her hands without thinking. She's gripping Mu Mei's collar and almost choked the poor woman with her behavior. Yen. Afraid his wife's mood would become too unstable, Ditsang hurried over to wrap his arms around her waist to show his support. He hopes the act would help calm her mood down to a manageable level. I don't know. Mu Mei stutters this out with great difficulty. She really doesn't know where Bai Ning was. In fact, the entire celestial realm wouldn't know either on where that woman was hiding, otherwise the celestial palace would have long sent its people to capture the criminal years ago. She's like a ghost, come without indication and then leave without a trail. Loosening her grip around the woman's collar, Bai Yan had to force herself to take a step back in order to inhale deeply. Only then did her emotions calm down a bit. Di Tsang, don't worry, I'm fine. She just wanted to see her so much. I'll help you find her, don't worry. Pained by his wife's appearance, Di Tsang gives her a rub on the shoulder as reassurance. Bai Yan knew she couldn't change the fact and nodded. Turning back to the spy, Mu Mei, since you're here already then you can forget about leaving. No one can undo this spell formation that I set. Shuddering, the spy frantically pounded at the veil. I've already answered your question, what else do you want? Snickering, just the fact that you peeped at my husband is enough for me to not let you live. This formation will last for 49 days, afterwards you too will disperse into nothingness along with it. Celestial Realms faction, don't you go, please let me out, I beg of you. Acting as if she didn't hear the plead, Bai Yan disappears off into the city with her husband, leaving only a crying Mu Mei in the background that kept pounding away at the Veil prison. After days of renovation, the former city lord's estate has now taken on a new look of replenishment when Di Tsang and his wife arrived at the site. Di Tsang. Crossing her arms with a displeased look on the face, Bai Yan clearly didn't feel happy when she took a seat on the bedside. It looks like we need to rethink our plans in our attack of the celestial realm. There's too many powerful individuals out there that we aren't aware of still. If only my strength is higher. Then I won't have to be so passive. Getting a seat beside his wife since he knew he had to say something lest she starts getting dangerous ideas again. Yen, you only need to take care of the baby in your tummy, I will handle this until you are ready to fight by my side again. Showing a bittersweet smile, Bai Yan also looks down and rubs her already showing stomach. Perhaps this child didn't come at the right timing. If it is a few years later then I could do something now instead of waiting. Don't dwell on the what-ifs Yen. What needs to come will come, not to mention. Cusping his hands around hers, I will protect both you and our daughter. She didn't respond, only staring downwards at their hands for a long time before looking up at her own man. Di Tsang, Mu Mei mentioned before that the one who summoned them is a woman by the name of Yun Ruoxi. I don't know why but I keep getting a sensation that I know that name somewhere. It's familiar to me. Unfortunately, the answer to the dilemma was like a bait dangling in front of a rod, so close yet so far. If you're tired then rest early, I'll go discuss this with the other elders. Gently picking up his wife with both arms to tuck her inside bed, Di Tsang made sure to cover her body tightly with the cover before landing a peck on her forehead. Though still worried about their future, Bai Yan didn't resist the offer to rest. She's indeed really tired as of late so her clothes unconsciously began to close itself as the man left the room. Back over in the small town, Yun Ruoxi was currently standing with her back turned to the door of her room and facing the window when several figures suddenly appeared behind herself. You're all here? She asks with a pleased smile as she swung around. Miss Ruoxi, did you summon us here in order to deal with those from the demon realm? Asked a middle-aged man who took a step forward. Giving a nod as her answer, those eyes were full of sadness when she spoke. As we all know, the temperaments of the demons are cruel and ruthless by nature, such as their kind from eons past. Though we've managed to subdue them 1,000 years ago during that great war, but it's clear to us in the Celestial Palace that they're trying to make a return today. Please, I need the help of the monarchs. You all are the pillars supporting the celestial realm and the strongest fighting force we have. I know my powers are limited but implore you all, please have my command as vested in me by the keepers. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man bellows out a laugh. No need to be so polite, Miss Ruoxi, slaying demons are our duty. Even without your request, we will still do our part. Celestial Realms Faction 5, thank you. Yun Ruoxi graces them with a genuine smile. you are all true patriots of the celestial realm. When I ascend onto the supreme throne, I will certainly not forget you all. Now that's what they're all waiting for." Immediately, a round of pleased smiles were shown across these monarchs' faces. "Wonderful, I hope Miss Ruo she wouldn't forget today's promise. We will return after we finish off those from the demon realm." The middle-aged man cusps his hand as a show of respect before rushing off towards the darkness. Quickly, the rest of the group were also gone from view, each heading off in the general direction of where the demon city was in their own separate fashion. They're all lords and masters of their own territory. Even if they're working together to take down a common enemy, they aren't going to rely on one another to watch their own backs. Pleased with herself, Yun Ruoshi was also ready to take her own leave now since there's nothing more for herself to do. However, right as she's about to take a step back to leave this room, her eyes suddenly caught wind of a familiar figure up in the air. The man had a proud and divine air to him, beautiful yet lonely, like the world couldn't taint his very existence. The initial shock soon changed to joy as emotions ran wild in Ho's eyes. "You're back. He's finally back." Excitement filled the woman's heart as a flush of red covered those cheeks like some young maiden who's never tried love in her life. She's shy and timid, the perfect picture of that when facing the man she loves. "You go back to the celestial palace." Sadly, the first words coming out of Chu-Yi God's mouth shattered the illusion instantly, leaving her heart frozen and broken. "Why?" she stutters this out with dryness in the throat. "Why should I go back? The demon realm is already attacking us in the celestial realm, why should I go back?" This time the voice sounded commanding and not a request. Whatever fire she felt died in that second. Clenching her fist in frustration, Yun Ruoshi closes her eyes in acceptance as the gradual memories of their first encounter resurfaces again. It was a fine day like any other in the past. At the time, he was spoiling another girl by carefully removing the peach blossoms from her hair, and the smile he made was oh so gentle like nothing else. Perhaps Chu-Yi God would never know this, but since then Yun Ruoshi had fallen for him due to that smile. It's like a drug to her to the point she could no longer extricate herself from him. But why does his eyes only have her in his view and not me? Even if that woman is already dead, he still can't forget her. God, slowly striding forward with pain in those eyes, she didn't want to make this difficult but had to for her own sake. "Is she not dead yet?" The man didn't answer her, only floating in the sky silently with a face that couldn't be read. "It's because she's alive that you won't let me go make trouble for the demons, isn't it?" A borderline mad laugh escapes the woman now tear-stricken face, causing that beautiful contour to turn ugly and unsightly. "Why do you treat me like so? I loved you for so many years and waited a millennium for you, why are you so insistent on her? Is it because you knew her first?" The outburst finally earned her a glance from Chu-Yi God, however, those eyes weren't of comfort or warmth, it's a chilling gaze that made the woman freeze all over. Closing her eyes again, Yun Ruoshi knew this was how it's going to be, but still, to be so inferior to the dead only made it that much worse. "I understand then. I won't go making trouble for the demon realm anymore, but you should know the keepers won't stand down just because I'm stopping." Celestial Realms Faction 6, looking upwards at the man's perennially emotionless face, Yun Ruoshi found it to be such a pity. It's such a wonderful face, a face that she could never get enough of. Yet, it has never once smiled again since that woman died so long ago, nor can she see the very first doting face that made her fall so madly in love with him. Good that you know what you can and can't do. Chu-Yi God did not sugarcoat his words. Though it's not threatening or negative, it's neither kind nor warm, so there's a lot of room for interpretation. In this case, it only made the love-struck woman even more pained as she pierced those nails into her palm due to the intense strength she used in that clenched ball of a hand. She's finding it extremely hard to hold her breathing in check, and that made it insufferable. God. She reached out in a vain attempt to grab at the man's sleeve. Unfortunately, It only took a warning glance from the individual to make her falter backwards. "When are you coming back?" Pursing her lip, that voice was mixed with a begging tone. "When it's time, I will naturally go back." That said, this emotionless man whisked his sleeve and departed without another word, leaving no traces of him ever coming or being here in the first place. "Miss," the maid by the name of Xiao Qing timidly spoke from behind, "are we really going to give up on the demon realm?" Despite her promise, Yun Ruoshi's following answer was completely opposite of that. "Give up? Why should I give up? The demon realm deserves to die. As long as it's something related to her, then they all deserve to die." Flashing a red glow in her eyes now, which was very different compared to her usual demeanor, "We are going to that city of demons. I want to confirm with my own eyes if that woman really is dead or still alive. If she is alive, then I won't mind sending her back to the oblivion for a second time. No one is allowed to fight me for him, no one. Dragony, we should be at the mentioned city once we pass this place." At this very moment in the dead of night, Bai Xiaochen was still leading his companions through the darkness in this valley. It's then a slight rustling sound from up ahead caught the boy's ear. In his haste, he pulls the girl behind himself and got on alert. "Who is it over there?" As soon as he shouted that out, a snowy white figure dashed across their sight in an almost ghostly manner, causing the two kids to freak out inwardly. However, the crazy old coot on the other hand did the polar opposite and launched himself into a mad chase. "Good granddaughter, are you my good granddaughter? Don't run, good granddaughter." Seeing how their companion just left them behind without understanding the danger this involved, the little steam bun knew he couldn't just stand there. Pulling Dragony with his hand, they chased as well in order to stop him. "Grandpapa, you wait for us." As a result of this sudden twist in event, a game of tag and mouse soon ensued within this valley in the dead of night. One floating white figure in the front, a crazy old coot chasing from behind, that's followed by two kids who kept crying out for him to stop. Eventually, all things must come to a stop though. The first in this case would be the old coot, who ran out of breath as he gasped for air while clinging onto a tree. "Why, good granddaughter, why don't you want to see me?" "Grandpapa, how do you know she's your little Bai?" Bai Xiaochen finally caught up as well with his stepsister. Hard of breath, he asks with a huffy voice. "You're too dumb. My little Bai likes to wear white, that means she must be my Bai." The old coot angrily stomps at the ground in frustration due to his inability to catch his granddaughter. Celestial Realms Faction 7, twitching his mouth out of reflex due to that ridiculous answer, Bai Xiaochen almost wanted to scream, "But grandpapa, that bad woman from yesterday is also wearing a white dress. It's not the same. Even if that bitch turns to ash, I will still recognize her." The old coot kept grinding his teeth when speaking. It's clear the grudge he held for Yun Ruoshi has seeped straight into his bones and would never be forgotten. Email protected, from out of the blue before anyone knew what's happening, a looped rope just dropped down from the tree where the old coot was leaning against and locked him into a tie. Now the poor senior was hanging upside in a bind with a clueless face at what has happened. "Who's attacking me? Let me down now, I still need to go chase my Bai." Just as the old coot was trying to break free, a voice interrupts him from the rear. "I'm afraid you won't have the opportunity to go after your good old granddaughter anymore." Coming out of hiding was Yun Ruoshi in person, her smile full of ridicule and mocking flavor when looking at her hated foe. "Weren't you all about beating me before? Where's your attitude now?" "Oh right, don't try to struggle, I stole the rope directly from the shrine altar of the Celestial Palace. It can subdue even someone of your level with ease. The altar was rarely visited by anyone, so she's very confident no one would discover the rope's disappearance until a much later date. If Yun Ruoshi had to lament on anything, it would be her wasting the precious treasure on the crazy old coot when she had intended to use it on the Demon King. "What are you planning to do?" Bai Xiaochen's expression turned a darker note. "And the white woman just now, was that one of your people?" Almost showing a mad snarl at this point, the wretched woman did not hesitate to admit to the fact. Brat, just because you bunch managed to catch me in the public yesterday doesn't mean it will turn out the same tonight. No one is going to be able to save you. Though the person herself doesn't realizes it yet, but the face Yunruo she made was borderline insane. Those eyes were wide with madness and that grin predatory like she's going to tear into them. As a result, Dragony instinctively hid behind the boy for cover and didn't want to come out of hiding. Let old grandpapa down, I'll let you do as you please with me. The little steambun offers, understanding there's no one else here to take charge unless he does. Ha! Cackling like she's heard some hilarious joke, the woman stares down at the brave kid with contempt. Let him down. This old thing has been making trouble for me for years. And yesterday he dared to humiliate me before the public, yet you still expect me to let him go? Showing a derisive smirk, and you shouldn't be worrying about others when you can't even secure your own safety. The last comment finally made the little steambun's heart sink. Deliberately lowering his voice into a hushed tone so it could only be heard by the little missy, Dragony, I'm going to toss you out of here in a bit, you go to the city and find mother and batty father for help. Gidge, big brother. Dragony tightly clenched the boy's hand after hearing that, those eyes full of worry. Don't hesitate. There are only 100 miles left before the demon city, at your speed you should be able to reach it in no time. Only by finding batty father can you save us here. Despite her unwillingness to leave, Dragony purses her lip and nodded in the end, knowing full well he's right and there's no other choice. By Shuchen's injured mother, Dragony's complexion had gone white due to her own urgency. There is a bad woman trying to kill Gidge, big brother, please go save him. Bai Yen nearly lost her footing once she heard that outcry. Grabbing the girl's shoulder, there's an unmistakable fear in her trembling voice. Where's Shuchen? Where is he? Mother, I'll fly you to Gidge's location, please get on my back. Unable to afford any time to explain, the little missy transforms back to her dragon form and crouched down so her godmother could get on with ease. Queen! The guards were now also growing extremely troubled after realizing what they're doing. Running over to plead, His Majesty said it's too dangerous out there right now, please stay here and let us go instead. Stern and unyielding, tell Ditsang I'll be back very soon. Dragony, go. Okay. Not wasting another second, Dragony's body zipped through the sky like a lightning bolt, leaving only a trail light of her ever being there in the first place. One of the guards choked out his worry, should we go inform the king? But the king is in battle with those people right now, I fear His Majesty won't be able to separate himself from the fight. We better wait until he returns and then report this. Another demon guard says after weighing their choices. Unlike some of the others out there, these demons are the ones that have only recently came out of the secret domain so they are very much unaware of Ditsang's love for Bai Yen. It's not just pampering, it's mad love. So, though not intentional, they've pretty much dug their own grave for not reporting the queen's departure. At the front of the city gate, hordes of demons are now standing at ready against the enemy that has come to attack their den. Demon King Ditsang. Crying out this was a middle-aged man in opposition to the defenders, his smile mocking and derisive. Don't you know whose property this stretch of land is? How dare you animals come to the celestial realm? Who gave you such courage? So far I still haven't given my queen her bride's gift. None of the monarchs could comprehend that reply. It was not easy for my queen to fancy a place, since she wants something now, it's only right I lay down my claim to give her. Though mild and light in his tone, Ditsang's words were ridiculously effective to the point where it's making waves among those who's heard it. Then again, who could blame these monarchs for reacting so strongly? They've theorized thousands of possibilities for this invasion. Ambition. Desire for power. Greed. But now it's nothing but a desire to flatter his wife with a bride's gift. What the hell? What sort of reasoning was that? Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man breaks out into a wild laugh, his voice ringing out like a bell in this night. Do you think you can subdue the celestial realm with only your strength? How ridiculous! I will show you today that this world is not something you can touch with your filthy hands. By Shuchin's injured, too, the middle-aged man moved after saying that, and he's fast. However, right as his eagle-like claws of a hand were able to reach Deetsong's face to tear off that skin, the demon king in front suddenly disappeared without a trace and were lost to his eyes. Shocked, he searched for his target in a frantic scan of the front, then that's when the cold hard voice drifted over from his rear. Bang! With a muffled sound of a heavy thud, he stumbles forward in the air and swore inside at his own carelessness. You're a high divine. He asks after collecting himself from the blow, those eyes shocked and alarmed. Isn't the demon realm already weakened beyond compare? Why is this man still able to break into the high divine level? Qin Yuan, quit wasting words with this demon and finish him off. I refuse to believe with all of us attacking at once he can still block us off. Coming out among the assaulting group was a woman. Though beautiful in appearance, the disgust on that face towards the demon king was unabashed and forward. The man may look handsome, but he's a demon and I hate demons. That's the signal for these monarchs to move. They rose from their station posts and took to the air in an encircling position, followed closely by their respective forces from behind. In terms of numbers, the demon realm had thousands here tonight while the celestial realm brought over tens of thousands more, a sizable difference in quantity. Sire, First Elder's expression had furrowed into a frown. Me and the other demons will handle those below the high divine level. Your Majesty can be assured no one will bother your battle with the others. Deetsong didn't utter a word in response to the elder's promise, instead his gaze turned back to the city where his wife should be. For some unknown reason, he's feeling very uncomfortable inside, like something bad was going to happen. Make this fast, his tone cool and unreadable. That's right, he's going to make this battle come to an end as quickly as possible because he wants to return to his wife's side. Only there would he feel at ease. As you wish, sire. Back over in the opposite end, Dragony was zooming through the night sky at max speed right now. The little missy's very afraid, fearing even a second of delay would cause Bai Xiaqin and the old grandpapa to lose their lives. Dragony, how far is the place? It felt like someone's ripping at her heart, so Bai Yan's voice was full of worry when asking. It's just up ahead, mother, we'll be there real quick. The missy's practically sobbing now, so it was not easy to make out her words. At the same time, back over in the valley, Bai Xiaqin's bloodthirsty existence continues to draw closer to the venomous bitch that wanted his life tonight. You deserve to die. Towards this huge change in the boy's attitude, the crazy old coot also changed. He's no longer showing the dumb grin like usual, it's focused and deep. Bai Xiaqin's injured, 3, swish. Bai Xiaqin's swinging punch sets off an audible gush of wind when trying to hit its target. Yun Ruoshi naturally felt threatened when it shot straight for her head, so she ducked in a frantic attempt to dodge. When done, what followed was a huge rumble of an explosion from the rear due to the boulder behind blowing apart from the impact and shattering into hundreds of pieces. Boy, if you got the ability then follow me. Her expression soon calmed down again after confirming her initial suspicion. Without hesitation, she turns and ran deeper into the forested valley with the boy giving chase from the back. During the entire process, Bai Xiaqin had never once relented in his attacks. He pounded away with his little fist and wreaked havoc to the greenery. Some were the direct result of his punches making contact with the ground, thus leaving a crater in its wake. The others were the indirect result of the blast of wind coming out of his swing that left destruction ahead like the boulder from the first punch. However, due to Yun Ruoshi's speed being so much faster and her cunning evasive maneuvers, none of the attacks were able to make contact. This little thing, where the hell did this monster come from? Gnashing her teeth, Yun Ruoshi could say for certain this brat and herself had some sort of great grudge in the previous life. Not long after the three left the premise from the initial clash, one kid attacking the woman and the old coot jumping in chase while being bound. A dragon soon appeared from the sky and descended with haste. Gidge, big brother, was here with that nasty woman. Where did they all go? Bai Yan didn't need any more information and stretched her senses out right away after hearing the girl's confused comment. A second later, she opens her eyes again with clarity in them. They should be in that direction, Dragony. Let's chase. No matter who it is, if they dare to touch my son, then they will pay with an ending far worse than death. Okay. Wasting no time at all, Dragony immediately flew in the directed place referred to by Bai Yan. At the deepest part of the valley. Bang! This time Bai Xiaoqin's palm had landed directly onto Yun Ruoxi's shoulder when she stopped to do something, thus causing an incredible amount of pain to shoot through her veins in that instant and sending her several meters away. Spewing out blood from the mouth, the woman's complexion had turned ghostly white with fear upon realizing she's been caught despite her careful planning of luring the boy here. She was so close. Boom! However, right as she thought she would be getting a real hit at being cornered, Yun Ruoxi's amulet abruptly exploded with light, shrouding her entire body with a protective barrier and repelling the little steambun's hit. What's going on here? A look of fluster filled the woman's eye. She's happy to be saved by the sudden intervention, of course, but she's also very nervous at what this meant because the amulet has never once reacted while in her possession aside from once in the past. That one time, it's only due to that woman dripping a droplet of blood to unleash its power. Bai Xiaoqin's injured, closing her eyes, a peerless face of a woman appears within Yun Ruoxi's memory. Aside from her, this brat is the only other person capable of getting a response from the moon amulet. For that alone I can't let him live. Under the effects of the glowing white light, Bai Xiaoqin's expressionless face gradually devolved into painful outcry. Crouching down, he roars out with both hands holding his little head, "You get out, you get lost." Yun Ruoxi just stared at him in shock. What is he going on about? Does he think I don't want to run? He's the one who chased after me. Curling into a clump on the grassy dirty, the little steambun's body kept shaking and trembling like he's struggling with something from within. It's excruciatingly painful and tearing him up both physically and mentally. Baddie father clearly sealed you inside of me, why are you coming out again? You get lost, you get out of me. I'm going to protect mother on my own, you leave right now. You will hurt mother. You monster, you monster. You get lost. Yun Ruoxi didn't even know what's going on anymore. However, whatever the kid was going through didn't change the situation. Upon realizing this was the opportunity she needed to carry out the remainder of her plan, she did it and slowly paced backwards for a specific boulder that's etched into the hill. Reaching out with her palm, she gently pressed down at a certain indentation. Click! Next second later, the earth around the entire valley started to shake and a huge chunk of the earth in front of herself began to sink in like something was devouring the ground from beneath. Knowing she succeeded, an indescribable glee overtakes the woman and turned her eyes into mad, crazed red. This trap was something she discovered by accident many years ago during the turbulent times of her life. Back then some powerful enemies wanted to kill her and pursued her up to this point. Cornered and without help, the younger Yun Ruoxi clung onto this specific rock with her back and begged for mercy. She was honestly lost for hope back then. A weak young girl against multiple powerful individuals that has her cornered like a rat, what else was she supposed to do? But then that's when she accidentally hit the indentation on this rock and activated the trap. She murdered those people with this stroke of luck. Now, just like back then, she's going to murder this brat tonight as well. Xiaoqin, be careful. Right as the ground beneath the boy is about to cave in and allow the bottomless pit to devour his existence, a loud screaming noise cuts in from above. Next thing Bai Xiaoqin knew was a long elegant hand reaching over and pulling him into a protective hug. With Bai Yan's strength, flying away here should have been a breeze for her in this case. However, she doesn't know why either, but there's a powerful attracting force from this trap that made it impossible to get away from. In the end, she and her son were sucked into there like it's some sort of black hole beneath their feet. At the same time, Dragony had also landed on the ground after coming late. When she saw her immediate family were gone, the little missy hesitated at nothing and jumped in of her own volition. Half a ring later, the ground in this valley returns to normal and the bottomless pit that was here just moments ago were completely gone as well. It's as if the strange black hole never existed in the first place. Of course, that's not true at all because Yunruo she was still standing here to show it had all taken place, and right now, this treacherous bitch has had her entire back drenched in cold hard sweat due to the brief momentary eye contact she made with Bai Yan during her sudden intrusion. Those sharp overbearing eyes, the strong and courageous attitude, it's just like the image from all those years ago. There's no mistaking it in Yunruoshi's mind, she's back. Furthermore, the crescent-shaped amulet around her neck was burning hot right now till it's making a sizzling sound around her skin. How can it be? How can she be alive? I saw it with my own eyes when her soul got destroyed. An ominous shudder rocked the bitch's heart. Bai Shuchen's injured, 5, slightly closing her eyes, pain and sorrow took over Yunruoshi's face. No wonder. No wonder the demon realm is making a comeback. No wonder God is helping the demon realm. Turns out it's because of that fucking woman, she isn't dead. Is she coming back to take what's hers in the past? Is she here to take what I stole? While the wretched bitch was lost in her own spiraling thoughts, the amulet on the other hand could care less and grew hotter like it's never done before. Finding this painful now, Yunruoshi rips the darn thing off her neck with the hand and glares at the item with her blazing eyes of rage. What? You want to leave me as well as soon as she's back? Don't forget, you're mine now. That woman only got you due to luck, but you're mine and that won't change no matter what. Bzzzzz bzzzzz bzzzzz. The amulet's vibration intensified like some form of retaliation, which in kind made the woman irater than ever. How are you any different from Chewy God? Damn you all. This world can only belong to me, Yunruoshi. You belong to me, and Chewy God will also belong to me. Yes, that woman is dead. Even if before she was lucky enough to save her own soul somehow, I will make sure she's destroyed for good this time around. Bye-bye, my little bye-bye. The crazy old coot finally manages to catch up in his tied-up manner. I clearly saw my little bye-bye here not long ago, where did you take her? All confused and lost on his face, the old coot asks the only person he could find. But then, his confusion quickly changed to complete anger when focusing in on the woman. In kind, Yunruoshi taunts back with a snarling sneer, that slut by you never should have come into this world. Heck, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth either. Just now I did see her here, and what a pity, you came a minute too late. You will never see her again. Furrowing that old brow in inexplicable confusion, but why? Why can't I see my little bye-bye anymore? Because, just now, she has died. Because, just now, she has died. Those words echoed within the old coot's head like a ringing bell, causing his body to freeze up like ice. No, no, that can't be true. My good granddaughter is good and obedient, she said she will stay with me as I grow old and will inherit my skills. She promised. My good granddaughter never lies, so it must be you who's lying to me. Boom. Who knows where the old coot managed to summon up the strength, but when he flexed his arms in that moment, one of the knots keeping him subdued instantly snapped. Terrified by the sudden change in power, Yunruoshi mutters to herself in disbelief, how can it be? This lasso rope is made of a material that can subdue one's soul. How can this crazy old coot make a part of it snap when his powers are sealed? Liars, you are all liars, I won't allow any of you to say my granddaughter is dead. Whoever say my granddaughter is dead deserves to die. I won't let anyone lie to me. Not good. Seeing the mad old coot was about to completely break free and go on a rampage, Yunrooshi hurried to crawl away from the spot and fled for the bottom of the valley. She didn't want to spend another minute in this mess after getting what she wanted. By Shuchin's injured, 6, for Yunrooshi's own sake, the decision to scurry away was the right one because in the moment she was gone, the rope binding the old coot promptly snapped apart in its entirety. What followed next was the senior flying down the valley in pursuit like some bounty hunter. 100 meters beneath the valley was a stretch of land littered with withered trees. There's no sunlight here, only darkness and spookiness that sent the skin tingling with discomfort. This was the place where Bai Yen landed in after they fell into the trap activated by the wretched bitch. Loosening her arms that's hugging the boy tightly, this worried mother wanted to examine her son when Bai Shuchin suddenly pushed her away. Shuchin. Surprised by the act, she appeared shocked at the denial. Don't come over, mother, please don't come. Stepping away, his shoulders were slouched downwards in a dejected manner as well was his head. It's obvious something bothered the boy to the point where he didn't want to face his own mother. Shuchin, what's wrong with you? Bai Yen didn't listen and continued to draw closer. Forced to step back again, his little body shook with fear against the overstep of boundary. Mother, I'm very ugly right now, please don't look. So that's it, he's afraid Bai Yen would see his current appearance after having a relapse with the inner monster inside his body. But who was this woman here? She's Bai Yen, the boy's loving and caring mother. There's no way she would turn away at his plead. Embracing him with her own body, the woman's warmth made the boy go stiff but kept his head down anyways to avoid eye contact. Shuchin, no matter what happens you will always be mother's precious boy. Now look up and let me see what's wrong. Speaking softly in an almost cooing voice, she reaches over to tip the boy's chin so she could get a clear look. As nervous and frightened as he was, the little steam bun didn't resist the gesture and slowly raised his head. Bai Yen could tell how much this affected her son, so she didn't rush it and guided him with the utmost care. Then that's when she realized why. He's still as cuddly and adorable as ever, the same handsome young boy from her memories. However, one of the eyes there had turned a deep red shade. It's evil and cold in nature, that much she was certain because even her body was shuddering for a second when confronted with that gaze. Finding no words would come of the grim reveal, Bai Shuchin took this as a form of rejection. Tightly clinging onto that sleeve, tears came swelling out as he sobbed away. Mother doesn't like me anymore. Realizing the blunder she's made, Bai Yen hurries to rectify the mistake by drawing a gentle smile. Your new look isn't so bad, it's quite handsome even. Startled at first by what he's heard, the boy stares up in disbelief. Mother doesn't dislike me. You silly, why would I dislike you? You are mother's precious baby boy, no matter what you change into, I will always love you. That will never change. Hugging to give her son a peck on the forehead as reassurance, Bai Yen didn't lie and said everything from the hearts down. But mother, I'm scared still. Throwing his head into the woman's chest to cover his eyes, those fingers gripped even harder against Bai Yan's sleeve to show his insecurity. I'm afraid I will hurt you. Taken aback by that comment, why you say that? After a long while of silence and contemplation, Bai Shuchin finally mustered another wave of courage to give his reasoning. Mother, do you remember the last time when you were attacked by the shadow guards from the palace? In order to fend them off, something happened within my body and allowed me to gain more power than I normally would have. Gently snugging his head against her breast to gain some more comfort, he continues with a sad face. But this time, I completely lost control. I didn't even recognize myself during the process. If not for that amulet around the bad woman's neck suddenly intervening with that strange light, I'm scared I would have continued to attack everyone indiscriminately. Bai Shuchin's injured, 7, I know it's thanks to that amulet that I can be me again, but it also turned me into this grotesque form. Bai Shuchin heavily sighs and covers the red eye with his hand. Going white from alarm, Bai Yan didn't want to mess around after hearing this and poured her senses into the boy for examination. Impossible, how can your body be manipulated by another person? I've probed your body, Xiaoqin. You only have your soul inside, so it's impossible for such a thing to happen. Shaking his little head cluelessly, I don't know either, mother, I only know my mind went blank in that moment and that there's a voice telling me to kill everyone. Then that's when my body began to move on its own. Thank goodness I drove Dragony away, otherwise I might have hurt her in that moment. Trembling in her voice now, Bai Yan tightly wounds her arms around the boy. Believe in me, Xiaoqin, mother here will never let you be hurt. But mother, I'm afraid of hurting you. Bai Xiaoqin also wounds his little hands around her body for comfort. I can feel it right now, I might lose control at any time. If the day comes where I can no longer recognize anyone, you and Batty father mustn't be soft on me. Stiffening up in her body, Xiaoqin. Because mother is my most important person, I don't want you to be hurt. Drawing a precious smile of warmth and fear, Bai Xiaoqin's appearance only brought even more pain to Bai Yan's heart despite his failed attempt at making the situation better. In the end, Bai Xiaoqin was still only a child. How could he know what a mother's heart thought? Asking her to kill him when the time comes? Absolutely not. Son, everything has a solution, believe in me, I'll find a solution. Standing up with her boy in hold, she prints a kiss on his forehead to seal the promise. Besides, if you hadn't been there, I might have perhaps already given up long ago. Bai Xiaoqin didn't protest to that statement, he just knew his mother might say that, so. When the time comes, he's going to request the same thing from his old man. The only issue would be the after-the-fact consequences. His mother might hate his old man for the rest of her life. Gidge, Dragony timidly gets closer as well and reaches out to hold his hand. I will also help you. Smiling brilliant at the girl's support, mother won't be lonely if Dragony is with her, and there's my little sister who still isn't born yet. Xiaoqin, Dragony, let's go and find a way out of this place first. Narrowing her eyes into a slit after saying that, the contour of Yunruo she appears within Bai Yan's mind. She kept getting the sensation that she knew that woman from somewhere, especially that amulet around the neck, it's very familiar. Demon City. At the mouth of this city, the man whom rules over this place continues to stare down from the sky at those who dared to invade his property. Forget about harming him, they couldn't even touch the corner of his sleeve at this moment. However, Ditsang's heart continued to grow more dire and uneasy with each wasted minute. Yen. The man suddenly gripped his hand into a ball after reaching out for a second time with his senses. First Elder, you deal with these people. I got something I need to do first. The command greatly startled the senior, who was still locked in battle with the weaker foes among the many attackers, his eyes showing surprise. Let me handle it. How am I supposed to deal with that many high divines? Sire, where are you going? First Elder asks with trembling nervousness. Bai Xiaoqin's injured, 8, my wife is gone. Having said this, Ditsang's bursts into a flash of light and shot towards the outer perimeters of the city. The queen's gone. First Elder nearly cried out those words when repeating it in his head. The queen's missing. Why did no one come inform us of such a big matter? Want to leave. Those high divines didn't miss this of course and attacked the demon king from behind. Scram! Suddenly, a roar of extreme anger booms out of the man's throat, setting off a torrent of shockwave that swept across the battlefield. For the stronger ones they were still fine, only stumbling backwards and a bit of a daze from the intense sound wave, but the weaker ones were directly blown away across the air and ground until they eventually lost consciousness. Finding their kings about to completely disappear from view, First Elder finally came back to his senses and stiffly turned towards the sky and ground that's still densely packed with enemies. First Elder, what are we going to do? Another demon asks with a nervous face from one side. What else can we do? Drawing a bittersweet smile, First Elder glances down at his storage bag. it looks like I can only resort to using the trump card in my possession. Trump card. This is what Lady Suzaku gave me. That said, First Elder slowly took out a yellow talisman from his storage bag. She knew we are attacking the celestial realm, so this is her backup plan in case we encountered some sort of danger we can't handle. In the moment he tears the yellow paper, a rush of intense heat gushes forward and virtually engulfs the entire night sky in a color of red. Now, a burning bird of flame materializes through the summon. Lady Suzaku, Her Highness the Queen is missing and His Majesty has left in search of her. I implore you to dismiss these people who dares to come make trouble for us. Not saying a word, the giant bird of flame flaps her wings with deadly heat, incinerating the grass and scorching the earth beneath as she does so. There were many cries of pain that came of her mere casual act, but it's still more than enough to make those high divines scurry around in order to avoid being burned like the rest of the weaklings. However, that doesn't mean they couldn't counterattack. When an opening popped up in Suzaku's demeanor, one of the men went straight for her eye with his blade. Against the impudence given to her by this insect, this legendary vermilion bird only found it humorous. That's right, humorous and disgusted by their lack of self-awareness. Bang! One sweep, that's all it took to send the offender shooting down from the air and onto the ground. A crater and a splash of meat was all that's left of the man to show he ever lived. This enraged the remaining high divines from the enemy's side, of course. They swarmed her, and under normal circumstances she wouldn't be able to escape either. However, Suzaku had no intentions of dodging or escaping because the intense heat from her flaming existence bordered on the level of magma. Merely drawing close to her body would melt rocks and metals alike. Shit! One of them saw this sudden increase in heat and knew the mistake they were about to do. Sadly, it was obviously too late because that wing of fire had already swooped up into their faces. By Shuchen's injured, 9, like the last, one of the flames ends up hitting another man's chest and causing him to shoot downwards in a loud splattering smack. As it so happens, the second also landed right next to the first to make them a pair. We've been deceived by Miss Ruoshi. One of the older high divine finally realizes this and yelled his opinion out with anger shaking through his body. She is clearly not asking us to come deal with the demon realm, she sent us here to die. When did we ever offend her? How can she treat us like this? Not only did they suffer tremendously after fighting the Demon King for so long, they didn't even get to touch the guy after Ditsang left, and now there's a bird as well. There's no way they would believe Yunruo. She didn't know about the strength of the demon realm, but she still tricked them into coming. With everything considered, there's only one answer: she wants them to die. Fight? How are we supposed to fight? Most of my people are already dead. If I continue, then I won't survive either. Another middle-aged man also cries out in rage. Immediately, they all exchanged a look between themselves and a single word blew up in their hearts. Run. The second they vented their desire, each and every single one of these high divines were making a dash for the other way. Likewise, the subordinates that made up the remaining army had also dropped their weapons and turned tail. What point was there to staying if their masters and mistresses were already fleeing? In an instant, the peace was restored to the gates of this city, leaving only a field of corpses to prove there's been a vicious battle taking place. Despite the crumbling order of the enemy forces, Suzaku didn't give chase here tonight, only staring down at the members of the demon realm before her reddish body of flame slowly dematerialized following the bristling wind. Deep in the valley, a purplish figure makes a huge sonic boom as he speared through the air and lands directly onto the spot where Bai Yen was before she got devoured by the earth. There's a deep frown on the man's face as a gloom shrouded over his body. Sire. Behind Ditsang were the two demons in charge of protecting Bai Yen. They likely felt the threatening intent seeping out of their king, so their bodies were extremely nervous and shaky. Didn't I order you two to protect my wife? Is this how you carry out my commands? Sire, it's your son the prince, something has happened to him. We couldn't stop the queen. Turning around, Deetsong's menacing glare locks onto the two kneeling fools. Then why didn't you come inform me? Kissing the ground with their heads now, the guards didn't dare to lie. We didn't dare come disturb you while you were fighting those from the celestial realm. We were going to wait until you're finished then report it. Bang! Raising a blast of wind with whatever maneuver he did, Deetsong's hit directly sends the speaking guard flying out until he hits a tree several meters away, causing him to splutter blood out of his mouth from the injury. Do you know why I want to conquer the celestial realm? It's because my wife wants it, your queen wants it, that's why I'm going to bring it to her. If without her, what use do I have for this celestial realm? And forget about this place, even the demon realm pales to compare with her importance. Something as important as my wife's disappearance and you're still daring to keep it a secret from me. Anger swelled from within the demon king's heart, causing his cold harsh voice to inch towards the will to kill. If anything happens to my wife, know this, I won't let any of you off. I'll find you. Cold sweat takes hold across these guards' body, causing their clothes to become drenched in their own liquid. As a result, the nightly cold wind just became even chillier to the point it's making their temperature drop drastically in this case. Very soon, First Elder also arrives on scene after the battle concluded in his end. Half kneeling there, his voice was respectful and worried. Sire, did you locate Her Highness yet? Grim in his voice, Deetsong's hands gripped even tighter over what he's about to say. My bond with her tells me she should have been here. The reply startled the elder. How come we don't see her then? Then Her Highness, the elder asks with careful thought in his wording. But before he could finish his sentence, Deetsong had already interrupted him. Dig. Even if you have to dig 3 feet underneath, I want her located. With wind blowing against his robe, Deetsong's eyes lands firmly onto the ground in front of himself with definite light in there. He's sure something was amiss in this valley and he's going to find out why. Yes, sire. First Elder readily complies. Cool in his voice, he turns to the 2 guards that's still nearby and hands down the command. Did you not hear the king's order? Go and gather everyone. We're going to turn this entire valley upside down if we have to. Despite one of the demon guards being injured, the 2 nevertheless scuttled away without delay. They're very afraid of what the future awaits them both for failing to protect the queen. At this moment back in the dark dead forest underneath the valley, Bai Yen and her 2 children continues to trek forward with extreme care in case there are dangers lurking nearby. Mother, will Batty Father come find us once he knows we're missing? Bai Shuchen asks with a look of guilt plaguing all over his little face. If I hadn't insisted on coming then none of this would have happened. It's my fault for dragging Dragony and Mother into this mess. Tightly holding her boy's hand as reassurance, your father will certainly come look for us, don't you worry. Besides, we can't simply rely on him to come save us, we must look for a way out using our own strength. Not to mention we've lived for so many years without him to begin with. I refuse to believe we can't leave this strange underground forest just because we're alone again. But, the boy hangs his head in a dejected manner. It's not like the little steambun was being exceptionally bleak in this situation, rather that he's taking into account of everyone involved. There's his unborn little sister here still, so any sort of danger would become a major threat. Mother, I'm sorry. Biting his lip while trying to hold back his tears, I should have listened and stayed at the palace, that way Dragony and you wouldn't be in danger with me, it's all my fault. The remark left Bai Yen stiff as a rock. Apparently being so concerned about finding a way out has left her blind to the woes of her own son in this case, which made her feel all the more guilty for not taking better care of the 2 kids. Son, you mustn't think like that. I am very happy that you came with Dragony to look for me. Giving both kids a hearty hug, a flowery smile blossoms from her face. Believe in me, the both of you, I will get us all out of this underground forest. Also, you are looking down at your unborn sister too much, she's very strong and will get through this just fine. It seems the comforting words had an effect on the boy because he's now looking upwards at the woman's face with hopeful light in those eyes again. Okay, Mother, I believe in you. I'll find you, too, shush. From out of nowhere, a slight rustling sound at the front catches Bai Yan's attention. Alarmed, she snatches both her children to get behind while she scans the area for signs of danger. Very soon, she's discovered the source. It's a pair of eyes hiding deep inside the greenery and it's staring at her location. Normally she wouldn't be afraid of anything, that's just how her personality works, but this time Bai Yan became very uncomfortable under this intense gaze. It's as if a poisonous snake had wrapped its body around her and made it difficult to breathe. Dragony also felt this distinctly unpleasant sensation. Scurrying to get behind those legs for cover, she timidly clenched onto her mother's dress for protection. "Mother, I'm scared, there's something terrible over there. Can we not go?" "It's fine, you two stay here and wait for me. I must go investigate this because it's likely the only way for us to leave this place." Loosening her hands around the two nervous kids, Bai Yan gives one final glance behind herself before treading forward with firm strides in those legs. Surprised at being left behind, Bai Shachen hurries to reach out. "Wait, mother, I want to come with you." "I'm going too." Dragony hurriedly expressed her wishes as well, not wanting to be left behind no matter the fear. Now that's left Bai Yan in a bind. After much consideration, she knew there's no other choices here but to take them along. Regardless of her order, these two would definitely tag along, so why bother going against their will? "Fine, but you two must stay behind me and not run off no matter what." Having said that, she returns her attention back to the front for whatever's lurking in that darkness. There's no way she's going to allow a mistake at this point to happen. That is. Bai Yan suddenly halted in her steps after getting a clearer view. There's shock plastered all over that face. It's an altar, and atop of this altar was a monster that's being bound to it by multiple spears piercing through its body. So why would Bai Yan call this creature a monster? Of course it's because of that appearance. A goat's head with a body shape similar to that of a snake. What a mishmash of characteristics. To say it's a combination of multiple races wouldn't be an exaggeration in this case. Now here's the spooky part. Despite that body being drained of blood like a husky mummy, Bai Yan could clearly tell it's still alive. Those eyes definitely moved the second it noticed the uninvited guests here, just that the air it gave off was different to what she felt earlier. What does that mean? There's another creature besides this monster here. "Human, it's fate that have led you here. Release me and I will give you gifts beyond your wildest dream." The goat-head monster gradually opened its dry husky jaw and spoke. Though crackling and hoarse due to the condition his vocals were in, this monster's voice still left Bai Yan unnerved from top to bottom. It's a feeling she never experienced before despite how weak it sounded for an old-timer. "Let you go." Bai Yan snickers derisively at that foolish request. "If I did let you go, then what assurances do I have that you won't kill me on the spot? Do you think I'm that stupid?" The monster actually appeared taken aback by the rebuttal. Apparently he didn't think others would ever reject his promise. "Human, you don't know who I am. I am Dragon God. If you release me from this binding, then I can give you countless benefits." Dragon God. Rubbing her chin, Bai Yan's eyes examined the self-proclaimed Dragon God repeatedly. Ticking the corner of her lips upward, "You look more like a goat with a snake's body. Which part of yourself looks like a dragon here?" The monster's expression became visibly floored on the face. "This human, she doesn't know me. It can't be, my legendary tales have been lost from this world over the years of my confinement." "I'll find you." 3. The monster glared at the impudent woman, showing a sharp light that shouldn't be possible since those eyes had long bordered on the line of mummification. "Little girl, your body is giving off the smell of those ancient bone dragons. If I am correct, the bone quill in your possession belongs to my subordinates. Now do you know my identity?" Bai Yan appeared stunned on the face. The bone quill she used as a weapon was something she received while training in the Holy Domain. To be seen through with only a glance when she never brought it out definitely pushed her on the defensive. After throwing that out there, the the monster then turns to the little missy, who immediately shrank backwards for cover. Dragony doesn't know why either, but the second that gaze stared over in her direction, an instinctive fear instantly took over. It's almost like a natural instinct to cower before that monster, or that's what she's feeling right now anyways. This girl is a descendant of that guy. But her strength, that's just unsightly. Making a frown, the monster returns his attention to the woman after being displeased by what he saw. Let's do this then. Release me from this binding and I will enhance the girl's strength, how about that? That guy. Bai Yan didn't say anything, only staring down at her goddaughter in deep thought. Dragony is the daughter of the last dragon chief. Who is this monster referring to by that guy? Was there some kind of mix-up in her birth? That Dragony is an orphan picked up by the previous dragon chief and not his real daughter. Or is she also like me, someone that has a previous life and reincarnated in this? But there's no way this monster will me the truth. He's obviously a cunning one and will drag the matter out if I ask. What's more, there's still another monster nearby. I can't take the risk. I don't know you well, nor can I believe any of the promises you give me. What if I free you and you kill me in a flash? Wouldn't I have done more than I can swallow? All smiles on her face, she's clearly trying to steer the conversation in a certain direction with that. The lack of trust enraged the monster a bit. I am the great dragon god. How dare you question my reliability? If you don't free me, then I will kill you the second I break free from these spears. Shrugging, you are already crying about murdering me, why should I care at all? Sorry, but I haven't lived enough in this life yet, so I don't want to die for the time being. The mummified body of the monster actually trembled profusely due to the rage circulating through his veins. Furthermore, he didn't bother to hide the killing intent in those eyes anymore and released it full mount and made the party stumble backwards a step. At first Bai Yan intended to leave this monster and move on, but then that same uncomfortable sensation of a snake wrapping around her neck had come again. Who? SCZ slithering through the grass was a snake of turquoise green after followed the sound to get a better view. It's small in size, only about her arm in length, but Bai Yan could swear every bell under her skin had been rung in that second and brought her to full alarm. Half a moment later, the snake had come before the party and stopped. Without saying another word, that body gradually stretched and elongated until it took on a human form. It's a woman wearing a dress similar in color to its scales. However, the most eye-catching feature wasn't what she wore, rather it's her face. Half of it was covered in snake scales akin to a mask. Little girl, the words of this guy are not credible. If you release him, then he's going to kill you right away. Half Ching Sing, half great beauty, what nonsense are you spouting, you slut? Livid on his face, the monster lashes out in furious rage. I am Dragon God, you think I will lie? Little girl, hurry and release me, this insidious bitch is not to be trusted. Everyone who has ever come here has been killed by her, just like how she's going to do to you. I'll find you, Fort, Che. Half Ching Sing draws her lips into a seductive yet cold smirk. Dragon Flame, it's not good for you to always deceive the humans who come here. If it wasn't for me being unable to draw close to your body, I would have long killed you. After saying that, the snake woman with half of her face covered in a scale mask turned to Bai Yan, her eyes a verdant green of eerie discomfort. Little girl, this dragon's words are not credible, so you must never trust him. In response, Bai Yan just sneered due to her own experience, but I don't believe in snakes either. Going stiff from the unexpected answer, the snake woman had to take a long moment before recollecting herself and breaking out into a giggling laugh. You really are interesting, little girl. Why would you think us snakes are liars? Apologies, but my impression of snakes isn't very good from past experiences. That's right, she hasn't forgotten how the snakes tried to connive after his husband and how they tried to kill her boy and herself. With these points alone, any sort of fondness had been crushed. Ha ha ha. Dragon Flame saw the ugly expression brewing on the demoness face and burst out laughing. Half-Ching Sing, do you hear that? This little girl doesn't trust you, so you're not any better than me. After the taunt, the mummified goat snake turns back to Bai Yen. Unlike the last exchange, his tone was much gentler this time around. Little girl, hurry and release me. I will give you a great deal of benefits if you do so. Turning sharp in the eyes as well after being repeatedly bombarded with requests, Bai Yen swept her gaze across both of them and made her stance. I won't believe either of you. Just like the snake, Dragon Flame's expression also turned into a rock. He's extremely annoyed at this point but pressed the inner anger down anyways out of fear for breaking any chances he has of escaping. It's then Bai Shuchen finally spoke up, his eyes sparkling with devious light when staring at Half-Ching Sing. Since you have such deep hatred for this dragon god, why didn't you finish him off yourself? Almost holding the boy in contempt in her face, the snake answered with snappiness in that voice, you think I didn't try? If I can kill this old thing then I would have done so long ago, why would I ask others to do that if I could? That said, she turns her head towards the altar again where a giant sword lies planted to the ground. Though the sword handle had long rotted away due to age, the gleaming light from the blade was just as bright since the day it was forged. It's obvious to anyone with half a brain that the sword was extremely and unusually sharp. Do you see that sword? Pick it up and stab the blade into Dragon Flame's chest, it will finish off the last spark of life in him. As long as you help me kill this old bastard then I will send you out of this god-forsaken place. How come you don't do it yourself? Asked the little steam bun again, his face and voice found only in a curious baby. Laughing, us demons are unable to draw close to that sword, only a human can wield it. If it wasn't because of this guy's heart being nearly impenetrable, I would have killed him with my own hands long ago. So that's why Nodding his head like he's enlightened by the explanation, Bai Yen smiles slyly at his own mother. Mother, why don't you go pick up the sword like she says? Bai Yen naturally knew what her boy wanted in this case and played along just as well. Nodding with a smile, she slowly proceeded to the giant sword. Half-Ching Sing saw this, which made her lose control from elation. She could no longer hold back the joy inside and involuntarily revealed the cheeky cunningness of someone that has achieved their goal in an evil plot. Human girl, you mustn't listen to this snake. Growing dire in his bloodshot eyes, Dragon Flame sounded almost frantic in his voice now. If you kill me then the next one to go will be you. Bai Yen continued to ignore the rants of this goat-head monster and did what she set out to do. With one pull from both her hands, the giant sword weighing over 1,000 jins was finally released from its resting spot and held up in the air. Note: 1 jin equals 0.5 kilograms. It's an old Chinese measurement founded in 1959. Hardly used outside of China but still used today in markets. I'll find you, 5, I say. If this sword can kill this goat-head monster then it can also kill you, right? Fiddling with the sword in a playful manner, Bai Yen locks eyes with Half-Ching Sing and made the demoness freeze up. What do you mean by that? If my guesses are right, your strength used to be extremely powerful so your body is also very sturdy, meaning general weapons are useless against your skin. Is that also correct? Deepening in her smile, Bai Yen continues with fangs baring, this sword, since it can pierce through his heart, it can also do the same to you as well, am I right? The demoness grew livid at what this was leading to. Stinking girl dares to scheme against me. If Bai Yen had showed the intent to betray her earlier then Half-Ching Sing would never have allowed her to get close to the sword, but that clearly wasn't the case. In fact, the entire time she felt it was the opposite. Bai Yen wanted to help her. I thought the snakes were a cunning race. Why would you think I would help you when I explicitly said I didn't like snakes? Shrugging, Bai Yen smugly grins at the foe and made the dragon god relax again. Girl, I didn't think you would be so fitting of my appetite. When dealing with a slut like Half-Ching Sing, what you did there is the right decision, ha ha ha. Swish. The sword came flying over as soon as he threw those words out there, causing the goat monster's skin to bleed from the contact and staining his scales red. What are you trying to do? Dragon Flame exclaims with great anger. Tucking the sword back into her hand, Bai Yen playfully wipes the blood with her sleeve. Nothing much, I'm only trying out this sword to see if it's sharp. The answer nearly made the dragon god puke out blood because that gesture almost scared him to death. What's wrong with this human girl? I didn't say anything to offend her, so why is she using me to test the sword? Little girl, Dragon Flame flickers his eyes back and forth in deep thought before speaking out with temptation. How about you help me kill this snake? If you kill her, then I'll do 3 things for you. Rubbing her chin, Bai Yen seems to have another idea in mind. How are you supposed to help me when you're all tied up? This. Showing a frown on his old goat face, isn't that easy? You release me and I will help you do the 3 things you ask. I am Dragon God, I will never betray my benefactors. I can't trust you. She never trusts strangers, let alone a monster carrying a goat head and a snake's body. What's more, the sensation from these 2 beings weren't good on any level. One felt like he wanted to eat her, while the other wanted to strangle her. In the end, neither of them were good choices. However, beaming a light in her eyes, Bai Yen throws out her main objective. If you bond a contract with me, then I will consider working with you. How about it? Dragon Flame's expression turned into a disbelieving popsicle. This little human girl wants to contract me. How ludicrous. I am Dragon God. No human girl will force me into servitude. Little girl, I can do 3 things for you, so let's drop the subject about the contracting. I'll find you, 6, oh. Then I got no other choices then. Shrugging at the old goat's unwillingness, she continues to smile without care. I only offered you the deal because I don't like the sinister nature of the snakes. If you aren't willing, then I can always offer half Ching Sing the same deal and help her kill you. The demoness didn't take that indirect threat very well at all. In fact, her face had turned ugly when speaking out to shoot the notion down. Dragony Flame, I will never sign a soul-binding contract with her. In other words, you don't have a reason to play along with the human because she won't do it, hence defaulting on Bai Yan's poised threat. Sure enough, the indecisive goat stopped swaying after hearing that reassurance and bellowed out a laugh. Little girl, you can stop threatening me now. I am Dragon God, a being far beyond the comprehensions of a measly human. How can you ever think of soul-binding me with a ritualistic contract? Not getting impatient, Bai Yan didn't respond right away and instead found a nearby tree to take a seat. One arm holding her boy and the other combing through her daughter's hair, she was all comfy and happy in her position. I don't mind waiting, you can think on it. Choose to leave here and regain your freedom, or continue to live out the rest of your life in this miserable and godforsaken place. The choice is yours. After throwing that out there, she went ahead to close her eyes for rest and waited. Demon City. All the demons gathered here today were trembling with terrible fright right now due to the oppressive might of the Demon King sitting on the throne. Why did none of you locate my wife yet after more than half a month? The man's voice sounded extremely cold, choking even to those beneath with his every word. Eventually it was First Elder who worked up the courage to answer, Sire, we have dug 100 feet into the ground and still found no traces of Her Highness. Might I ask, are you sure the Queen is in that place? You think my instincts are wrong? Di Zong's frustration could literally be felt by everyone at this point, making the atmosphere in this throne room all the more suffocating. Continue to dig, do not come back to see me if you can't find my wife. Bowing his head, First Elder and the rest of his subjects complied in unison, yes sire. Very soon, the only one remaining was the Demon King himself. Once he's alone, Di Zong could no longer keep supporting his body and tiredly fell back against his throne chair. Muttering helplessly to himself, Yen Yen, if you're not by my side, then what point is there to my life? I've said it before, I will turn heaven and earth in order to find you. Not even hell will block me from you. Back over in the underground valley, Bai Yan remains closely seated to the altar and was oblivious to the commotion she caused due to her own disappearance. Fine, I promise you. Dragonflame finally gave in after seeing the woman had no intention of budging after all these days of waiting. However, this wouldn't be the end of it for this dragon god. Once he regains his strength, the goat monster had every intent to forcibly break the contract and make her pay. Seeing through to the monster's scheme, Bai Yan draws her lips into a cheeky smirk. Want to scheme against me? We will see who gets stronger first, you recovering quicker or me growing faster. Since I am not as strong as you right now, there are risks involved if we continue with the contract. She explains in a relaxed manner. The minimal affect is the failing of the ritual if you give resistance, the major is endangering my life at the end of it, so. I'll find you. 7. Narrowing her eyes into a slit, a flash of cold light glimmers in those irises. Xiaochen, I'll leave this sword here with you. If you see this guy showing any signs of resistance, kill him right away. The monster recognized Dragonie's identity but didn't with her boy. That's why she left this command just in case as a bluff and not a real threat. Okay, the little steam bun nodded immediately in understanding. Don't worry mother, if he dares to so much as flinch, I will kill him immediately. Pleased by her boy's reassurance, Bai Yan didn't need to wait and closed her eyes in order to spread out the feelers for the ritual. Not good. The snake went white from this. She wanted to stop this from happening, however, the second she inched forward was when her eyes caught a glimmer of that sword. As a result of this hesitation, she retreated and left the two to finish their ritual. The contract has been reached, now I will fulfill my promise to release you. With a stretch of her hand, the giant sword instantly flies into her grasp and allowed her to slice down, slashing the chains and destroying part of the metallic spears pinning the old monster in place. Dragonflame definitely showed an elated face after being freed, but that excitement promptly turned to dismay in the next second until it devolved into full-blown anger. He rushed Bai Yan like he's seen a lifetime menace from out of the blue. It's you. It's you, you're the one who locked me here in this godforsaken place. I'm going to kill you. Bang! But before his body could even draw close to Bai Yan, an invisible force had repelled his charge and sent him rolling back multiple meters away. This was the constraint of being bound by a familiar contract. Due to this reasoning, Dragonflame wouldn't be able to hurt his own mistress. Snickering at the damnable goat monster, it looks like my premonition is correct, you indeed want to hurt me. Fortunately I've contracted you, now you can't do anything against me anymore. Spewing fire from his eyes, the dragon god snaps back, how dare you say such despicable words to me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be in such a miserable state to begin with. If I had known from the beginning, I would rather be chained for the chest of my life than to do this deal. Bai Yan actually got surprised by the outcry of her familiar, you know me? Don't pretend like you don't know anything. You may have changed your shell but I will recognize you even if I turn to ash. Now through this contract I am certain it is you. She's absolutely dumbfounded by this twist of event. Why do I get the feeling this monster really does know me, and sounds like I'm the one who locked him away here in the first place? Dragonflame then pointed to the remaining parts of those spears still inserted in his body. You also used these things to seal my strength. Don't think for a minute you can deny you're her. This, scratching her nose, Bai Yan cracks an awkward laugh to defuse the situation. I really don't know anything regarding the stuff you mentioned, I only came to the celestial realm recently. Before that I was always in the human world and demon realm. Now it was the dragon god to become confused by what he's heard. Human world. Demon realm. What the heck are you going on about? You think I will believe the nonsense you are saying? Shrugging at being called a liar, believe it or not, I've never seen you before. As for why I'm here, I fell into this place by accident and didn't know a way out. I'll find you. 8. Dragonflame saw there's no deceit in Bai Yan's eyes so his expression gradually softened up. My judgment can't be wrong, you're clearly that bitch. But first I'll deal with this snake, then I will come back for you. He turns and locks onto the demoness with his cold hard grin, those eyes burning with fire. Ching Sing, I'm sure you had a lot of fun torturing me over the years, now I've finally got a chance to get revenge, ha ha ha. The snake shuddered in fear over that proclamation. Taking several steps back in haste, her expression was that of someone meeting their doom. That's the level of despair she felt. Over. This time I'm dead. Wait. Just as the goat monster was about to begin his torture, a crisp-sounding voice cuts in. Turning around in bad spirit at the source, what? I can't kill you already, now you won't let me kill this snake either. I only don't want to put her to waste. As it so happens today, me and my kids are interested in having snake soup for dinner. Snake soup. Bai Shuchen's eyes immediately lit up. Mother, I haven't had snake soup in a long time, I want snake soup. I also want to try Mother, I never tasted snake soup before. Dragony also decides to chime in, her mouth slightly drooling from the prospect of food. Ching Sing's complexion grew increasingly dire, her body continuing to retreat from the party. Are you humans always this insidious? I only wanted to use you earlier, not kill you, why can't you spare me? Unfazed by that defense, Bai Yen just smiled and pointed out the flaw in that logic. From what I see, that's a lie. Those piles of bones over there, they're the humans that came before us, right? You killed them, just like how you were going to kill us if we couldn't lift up that sword. The snake became stiff as a rock, not denying that theory. Taking a step to lean forward in a taunting manner, Bai Yen continues with a nonchalant air to herself, if it wasn't because I took control of the whole situation, you wouldn't be begging me right now, so there's nothing insidious about what I'm doing. The snake continued to remain silent, only biting her lip as if each word was a form of sentencing in court. There's a whole layer of sweat spewing out of her forehead at this point, that's how scared she was. Nevertheless, the demoness eventually worked up the courage and asked with grit between her teeth, so what are you going to do? Thickening in her grin until it's almost a snarl, Bai Yen didn't bother to hide her plan. You are in luck. If it was in the past, then I would have turned you into soup, no questions asked. However, I am currently short on helping hands as of late. With your thick skin, using you as a shield would be plenty useful, so long as you recognize me as your mistress through a slave contract, that is. Astonished on her face, Ching Sing practically cried out her reply without another thought, slave contract. You want to enslave me? The reasoning behind the outcry was the different treatment between the two parties. For Bai Yen and Dragon Flame, their bond was that of mistress and familiar, an equal level of control between them both. To be clear, it's not like she didn't want to subjugate the goat monster to her whims through this deal, just that the strength disparity between herself and said dragon god was too much of a stretch. Even if she did manage the enslavement contract, it would have been pointless because the side effects would have been only detrimental to herself. Now this was where Ching Sing differed. She's hardly as strong compared to the old goat, only at upper level of the bottom divine stage, plenty of room for Bai Yen to fully enslave without any consequences. I'll find you, 9. Now do you want to live, or do you want to become snake soup for tonight's dinner? Bai Yen continues to toss out her threat while rubbing the giant sword in her hand as a constant reminder she's not joking around. A wave of numbing shudder ran through the snake's backbone after coming up with the picture of herself being dunked into a pot and cooked for an hour. Why does this human woman sound more insidious and slyer than us snakes? Mother, I still think it's a better idea to turn her into snake soup. Licking his lip with that tongue of his, Bai Shuchen's appearance was all innocent and lovely like a hungry child waiting for his food on the dinner table. However, in the eyes of the one being placed on the chopping block, Ching Sing only found the boy the most hateful and evil here among the group. She's not a sicko that's into necromancy, she also wants to live. You're really going to let me live after I make a contract with you? She nervously asks again with biting unease. Shooting a cold and borderline indifference look in return, Bai Yen wants to make sure the snake understands her own position in this trade. Then what makes you think I can't kill you now and turn you into soup anyways? Spluttering for a proper reply, the snake had to take a good moment to collect herself after that remark. Maybe you are into torturing others, maybe you got that kind of fetish. What did you just say? Bai Yan snaps back harshly for being accused of such nasty things. Sure enough, that sort of tone immediately mowed down any discontent in the snake's attitude because it's obvious even to this demoness that's a taboo subject. I will contract with you. No. Dragon Flame bursts out in protest, I don't agree. You damn coward, didn't you say you will never contract with her? What do you think you're doing? If Half Ching Sing does end up in a contract with Bai Yan, then how was he supposed to get payback on the blasted snake? Snorting at the goat monster's attempt at making her feel bad, and you said you will never yield either, what happened to that? Aren't you also in a contract with her now? If you can go back on your words to save your own hide, then why can't I? Trembling with either rage or embarrassing shame, not sure which emotion was the stronger force here, the dragon god swings his goat head back to Bai Yan. At first he wanted to say something to make his case, but that promptly got cut off by the woman herself instead. I don't care how you get revenge on Half Ching Sing, just don't hurt her life. She's still useful to me. As annoyed and unwilling as he was, Dragon Flame huffs and huffs but relented in the end. What else could he do but suck it up? However, the fact that he could still get revenge on the blasted snake did leave his mood in a better place. So what if I can't take her life? There's plenty of other ways to make her suffer, kakaka. Just you wait, Half Ching Sing, I will pay you back for all the humiliation you brought me and more. The old goat grinds these words out, fire spewing from his tongue. A humph, Bai Yan suddenly makes a dry cough, interrupting their conversation with her own inquiry. Dragon Flame, just now you assumed I was another person, did you not? Well, I like to know if that person is also the one who tossed Half Ching Sing in here, or is that someone else entirely? The dragon god's answer fell into the latter by the way he shook his head. No, I in fact don't know Half Ching Sing prior to being sealed here. I don't know who left her here or why she can't leave, I only know this sick bitch likes to play pranks on me for fun. Then some years ago. Pausing for a moment like the idea of retelling the story was something he didn't want to elaborate, he continued anyways after biting his own tongue. I was angry at being constantly taunted, so some years ago when she drew too close to me, I deliberately sprinkled my pee on her body. Afterwards she's been hating me to the bone and would always send those humans at me whenever they drop in here. Then how did she know this sword can kill you? The wrinkle on Bai Yan's forehead grew increasingly deeper over the growing questions. Another miracle, one, oomph. Slightly flushed in the face, the old goat scratches his nose out of embarrassment, there was a piece of paper stuck underneath the sword before, it said the blade can hurt me. Then later Half Ching Sing tossed it away for some reason or the next. Bai Yan's face just went black. The person who locked him away here, how perverted is she? Not only did she leave him in that suffering state, she wouldn't even let his mind be at ease. Alright, do you know how to get out of here then? Bai Yan asks while stroking her own chin. As soon as the old goat heard this, he immediately turned irate. You were the one who locked me here, how can you ask me how to get out? Shrugging, like I said, I'm not the one you think I am. Irked with frustration, Dragon Flame just huffs a grunt of resentment at the woman's refusal to admit. I don't know how to leave this place, so that's that. Since this one didn't know, Bai Yan could only turn to the snake for help. Then what about you? Biting her lip, Half Ching Sing's answer wasn't any better. If I had known how to leave, then I would have left long ago. Why would I stay until now for you to come? Then I got no other choice. Furrowing up that brow, Bai Yan starts musing over the options here. Son, Dragony, let's keep moving forward. I'm sure there will be some sort of clue somewhere if we keep walking. Don't worry, mother. Showing a confident and innocent smile, Bai Xiaochen had no doubt in his cute little voice, we will leave this place. Warmed by the comfort, this mother went ahead to rub her boy's hair as the tense air gradually eased up around everyone. It's then another idea hit her. Turning back to the snake, say, have you noticed anything special, like a spot that you can't touch or head into? Special place. Ching Sing mused over the idea and then pointed towards a specific direction, that place over there. I can't get close to it, does that count? Slightly nodding, bring me to that spot, I want to see for myself. Though a tad hesitant to do that, the snake nevertheless did as told and slithered through the pale brown grass in her bestial form. Before long, the group has arrived at one corner of the underground valley, and unlike the dark gloomy nature of this underground world, this certain segment was rather, what's the word, sacred. It's giving off a glow of holy nature. This is the place. Flickering her tongue, the snake's voice was all spooky and rattling when she spoke in that form. Whenever I come here, I would always be stopped by a strange force. Bai Yen frowns, slowly reaching out with her hand to probe the glowing white light in front. Unlike the expected obstruction though, nothing happened, that hand just slid right through. Seeing this, she went ahead to step forward with her leg as well to no harm. The snake literally gawked her eyes out in shock over this picture. How can this be possible? Why is she able to get in there when I'm always repelled by an invisible force? Mother. The boy saw how his mother had entered the white glow and hurried to catch up. However, the second he drew close his body was immediately bounced away. Xiaqin. Another miracle, too. Bai Yan's expression grew frantic when she noticed her boy being flung backwards due to the glow. Even if half her body had already been inside, she pulled out right away and ran to her boy to help. Xiaqin, are you all right? Shaking his little head, I'm good mother, I'm not hurt. That's good. Relieved by the answer, she glanced back to the strange white light with deeper understanding of why the snake couldn't enter. Mother, what's going on? Dragony had also ran over by this point and showed a worried face. Why can you go inside and Gidge, big brother, can't? Speaking with a furrowed forehead, if my guesses are right, this place restricts the entry of those with the blood of demons. The snake instantly choked upon the truth being revealed here. No one with the blood of a demon is allowed in. That means the reasoning I can't leave this place is because I'm a demon. And staring with grits and stones between her teeth, Ching Sing wanted to strangle the blasted kid right this second. You two fooled me. This boy is also a demon, how did I not see this? He couldn't have picked up the giant sword earlier, meaning they bluffed me. I lost my freedom because of a bluff, a bluff. The snake almost got the life sucked out of her at this realization, looking all dejected and dry. Still smiling innocently like usual, Bai Xiaqin's reply was damning. That is because you are too easy to fool, I have never seen such a stupid snake before. Going dark in the face, veins could literally be seen popping along the snake's forehead due to that remark. How dare he? How dare he say something like that after doing this to me? What should we do now, mother? Ignoring the death glare coming his way, the boy asks with his cute face crumpled up due to the situation. Crouching down to get to eye level, you and Dragony wait here for me, I'll go in alone and see what's in there. Tensing up in the heart, the little steam bun clung onto the woman's sleeve out of reflex, his face all pitiful and sad. Mother, I will worry about you. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me, not to mention I've already contracted those two already. Ching Sing and Dragon Flame will tell you if I'm alive through our bond. Getting up from the crouch, my first order to you both is to protect my son and daughter. If anything happens to them while I'm not around, then you can be sure the price will be worse than death, understand? Harsh and fierce, her voice sounded like a ghost crawling out from the earth, making the two servants there all eerily uncomfortable. Despite getting comforted and having extra security around, Bai Xiaqin still didn't like the plan. Winding his little hands around his mother's waist, his face told everyone he's not going to take this weakness of his lying down. Another miracle, 3. staring down at the little boy that's already at her waist high. The woman's lips inexplicably drew into a warm smile of comfort. He's already so big. Mother, you must come back quickly. After a long time, Xiaochen finally released his arms despite his unwillingness. Me and Dragony will wait here for you. Giving the boy a peck on the forehead to seal the promise, she gives the two kids one final hug before disappearing off into the white glow. Once inside and out of view from everyone, Bai Yan could finally get a clearer look of what's inside. Here, she felt incredibly refreshed, sweeping away any fatigue she built up over the many days of being stranded here in this underground valley. Maybe the reason half Qing Xing couldn't leave for so many years is because of this spot in the valley. If someone wants to keep this spot off limits, then it must mean there's something important here, perhaps the exit. Upon recognizing there's hope to escape this dreadful place of darkness, her mind instinctively recalled the face of that woman whom she briefly encountered prior to falling down her. I will settle the score with that woman once I get out of here. No matter the reasoning, the fact she dared to go after Xiaochen is enough to make sure she dies. Inhaling deeply to suppress the anger swelling out from within, Bai Yan carefully treaded forward towards the peak up ahead. When she entered the white glowing light, it was only as big as a small cave, but beyond that was clearly a newer and vaster stretch of land. Spanning several mountain ranges in the distance, by the time she reached the mentioned area for investigation it was well into the evening despite the lack of light. Nevertheless, she could see the goal up ahead already. It's a bronze standing gate. If it wasn't for the deep ravine and cliffs in front, she would have run over to examine the thing already. Miracle. A shock ran through Bai Yan's heart upon recognizing the familiar object. There's no mistake, this bronze gate is very similar to the one I saw at the Holy Land. But what is this thing doing here? Despite the doubt and questions lingering around the strange encounter, the benefits of coming across another miracle was more than enough to make Bai Yan disregard the former concerns. After all, she did improve her strength and alchemy by leaps and bounds with one. What would happen if she got two instead? It's just that. Logic has always been the better player here in the woman's head. Scanning the area for traps and that sort of thing, she swiftly picked up a wilted leaf to throw over the cliff and across the ravine. Under normal circumstances, the distance between her side and the other would have been short enough to allow said leaf to fly across without hindrance considering the force she used in this case. However, right as the leaf reached the middle part of the ravine, something occurred. Without indication, the item just stopped and made a nosedive downwards, sinking straight into the dark bottomless abyss. Making a grim face, Bai Yan now knew why she couldn't find any specific trap or dangers here. The environment itself was the trap. It looks like this ravine has been enchanted to suck in whatever floats above it. If I had flown across using my own powers, then it might have been myself who fell into that darkness. Rubbing her chin in contemplation, the woman began to muse over the options here and what she could use. Obviously making a bridge out of wood was out of the options here. There's hardly any tree around to begin with, let alone find one big enough to construct something out of one. There must be something here that I can use. There's no way the one who set this trap would leave without having a way to solve the issue. Think, Bai Yan, your kids are still waiting for you to go back. She mutters to herself like some sort of magical chant. Ha! From the corner of her eye, the glimmering sheen of the huge sword caught her attention. Immediately, an idea hit her brain like a tidal wave. The distance between this side and the other side wasn't that far to begin with, and as it so happens, this giant sword was just long enough to make it across without the chance of tipping. Really? This sword is the bridge. The one who set this up sure have a bad humor. Another miracle, alright, let's try it then, it won't hurt. At most I will just lose a sword if it gets sucked into that ravine. Tossing the blade in her hand up into the air, Bai Yan precisely aimed to have it land at the perfect spot where both ends could touch the edges. Carefully, one step at a time, she began to cross. Regardless of her own confidence, she knew this was a risky maneuver to use something like a giant sword as a bridge. It wasn't built for such tasks, so the angle in which she walked wasn't a pleasant experience to say the least. In fact, she nearly slipped a few times just staring down at her feet in order to avoid falling. Thankfully, the worst of it was over soon enough. Once crossed, she promptly retrieved the sword by flicking it upwards with her toe. Done with that, she focuses in back on the bronze gate, the reason for her coming. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. From out of the blue, the giant sword started to buzz right as Bai Yen approached the door. Then before she knew it, the blade broke free from her control and went on the offensive against the gate. Pang! The sword slashed down mercilessly, causing the bronze construct to shudder with a resonating clank of metal against metal. Despite the setback, the sword didn't stop and attacked more violently, causing the whole valley to shake from the shockwave. Dumbfounded now, Bai Yen just stared at the show from the sidelines. She's heard from the snake that the blade can pierce even the hardest of materials with ease, aka dragon flame scale, yet the bronze gate only got a little shake from the impact. There's not even a scratch, let alone damage. Yuyuan. Growing restless in the form of the resonation, the giant sword circled around the bronze gate as if frustrated by its own inability to break apart the competition. But then it went at it again with renewed vigor. This time it didn't slash down like the previous attempts, it swooped far into the air and charged downwards in one full thrusting motion. Boom! The shockwave was effectively mind-blowing to the ear. Metal against metal, sparks flew, and finally, a small tiny crack formed around the surface of the bronze structure. This gave the sword its confidence back and as a sign to increase the intensity of its attack like a drug addict being kept away from his cocaine. Eventually, under its long hard-fought battle, the bronze gate finally collapsed and a blue beady object rolled out of the upper area. Seeing this bead, the giant sword reacted like it's discovered some sort of great treasure and hurried to catch it mid-fall. Following this was the round item merging into the sword's body upon contact. Perhaps this was some sort of evolutionary chain reaction, but the huge body of the blade gradually began to shrink until it's finally the size of an ordinary long sword. From first glance, this newly minted sword was no different from an ordinary blade found in some random weaponsmith, but the newly grown handle and the clear crystal at the hilt said it all. This was the new form of the blade after absorbing whatever that bead was. Picking up her new weapon, Bai Yen gently stroked the surface for a sense of what it was. Compared to the mighty image of that big shape from just now, she's more inclined with this smaller form that's fitting of a lady. It's much easier to handle and much to her taste. So you're a sword with a spirit sprite inside, no wonder you're so powerful. In that case I'll give you a name. Caressing the lip with the tip of her finger, Bai Yen spent a good minute to come up with a fine name. From this day forward you will be called God Slayer. How about it? God Slayer, a slayer of gods. I will use you to repay everything those hypocrites in the celestial realm did to my friends and family, in this life and the last, they will all pay. Holding the slumbering sword in hand, Bai Yen didn't linger around and stepped through to the now open gate that has been pried open by force. Once through, the first sensation was the chilling air that sent her skin hair pricking up. Another miracle. 5. Subconsciously, Bai Yen reached down with her hands to protect the fetus in her stomach against this borderline hostile sensation. What the hell is this place? Taking slow measured steps in order to avoid traps that might be hidden from her view, her footstep was resonating with eerie crispness that echoed along this passageway. Forbidden grounds for demon beasts. These were the words she saw sketched along the passage wall after walking for a while. Blood. How much does the master of this underground valley hate demonic beasts? First is not allowing their kind to enter this part of the valley, then it's this sentence etched along with blood. Ignoring the strange writing, Bai Yen continues to walk forward and soon came before another entrance. Carefully extending her hand, she pushes the door open and was immediately blasted with the sight of a wide hall littered with stone statues. It's an odd scene for sure. She could see all of these sculptures were of various demonic beasts in their animal form. Some recognizable according to her own knowledge of things. For example, the bone quill dragons back in the Holy Domain was among this group, but many were so foreign to Bai Yen that she could barely make heads or tails of their origin. Then there was the human sitting on the throne chair elevated at a higher point. Who is this person? Despite not knowing if the sculpture was male or female due to the lack of facial features, Bai Yen could still tell the original person must be a prideful individual with the way it was carved out. The angle of that featureless face, it's the way someone stares down at those beneath themselves, just like how Bai Yen and Di Tsang does it when confronted with those they deem insignificant. I see now, this sculpture is probably the original master or mistress of this place. The person hates demonic beasts, so he deliberately sculpted these ancient creatures in a kneeling position to showcase his dislike of them. The theory was a sound one considering everything she's witnessed thus far. It's just that why would someone abhor a racial group to this extent? It can't be. Did a demonic beast rape him or her before? Looking back at her own experience, this was the only idea that Bai Yen could come up with. After all, she herself did rape Di Tsang during their first encounter and made the Demon King abhor her to the point he hunted herself down years later. Other than that, what else could make one dislike another group to this level? Whatever grudge this person has is not important. I have to find a way out of this place first. Retracting her attention away from the sculptures, she scans around in search of any out-of-the-ordinary item or feature. Immediately, her gaze locked onto a book cabinet in the corner of the room. Beaming with light, she moved with quick haste towards it and grabbed for the suspicious-looking handle that's sticking out between the shelves. With an audible click, a small compartment slid open and bounced out a book. It's very dusty, bleached yellow due to age, but Bai Yen couldn't be any more happy after reading the title of the book in her hand. It's an alchemy book. Back in the previous life on Earth, she only got her hands on an alchemy book that taught her knowledge up to the 10th grade materials. As for what comes afterwards, she was like the rest of the people in this world. Simply said, she didn't have a clue until this day. Another miracle. 6. This alchemy book doesn't seem to be complete. There are some pages missing. There's no information regarding anything beyond the 14th grade. Pleased by what she has nevertheless, Bai Yen packed away the book into her storage bag and continued to search for other treasury items. Sadly, after a careful scrutiny of everything that was here, she found nothing else worthy of note and felt disappointed. Then again, it did make sense after some thought. This alchemy book was so precious to begin with that finding something else of this caliber would be a real miracle. With nothing else to do for now, she decides to get a closer look at the statue. Why do I keep getting the feeling that this statue is not quite right? She rubs her chin questioningly. Even though the model didn't have eyes sculpted onto it, she could make out where the chin of this person was aiming at. There's a fox at the bottom of the stage, and it's equally as proud in appearance and unwilling to show any weakness. This strangeness took Bai Yen by surprise. Does the master of this valley have a vendetta against foxes or something? I wonder if the person would die of anger if they learn a fox's wife took their alchemy book away. Their expression would be quite funny to see. Drawing a smirk, Bai Yen said nothing and moved to cut off the legs of the fox model. Then summoning up her alchemy flame, she melted the hard plaster and then added a plant she pulled from the storage bag to the mix, thus creating a sticky substance for easy molding. Though this woman herself didn't know why, but when she saw how the fox sculpture was being stuck in that groveling position, she would be overwhelmed with discomfort. Sure, Bai Yen knows this was a strange feeling to have. After all, none of this was happening for real, so it's strange to get such urge to do something. Minutes later. Clapping her hand, Bai Yen gets up from the ground after having her fun. Although it's not right of me to take your book and then help this fox stand up, but I'm a naturally defensive person. Since my husband and son is a fox, then I will make this one stand as well. Turning around to stare back up at the human sculpture, her eyes are stern and hard. I do not know what the demon realm did to you in the past, but don't go throwing your grudge around to others. They are not involved. If you want to stick the issue to someone, then find the culprit. Naturally, Bai Yen knew her words wouldn't be heard by an inanimate object, but she couldn't help it. For some reason she had this inkling notion that her heart would continue to be depressed otherwise if she didn't say it aloud. Afterwards, she did not hesitate and slowly headed for the exit. However, upon the second her feet took a step outside, the back immediately came out with a loud explosive bang and the statues here all crumbled to dust, allowing the particulates to scatter across the floor. What's going on here? She mutters this with great surprise, unsure how to take this as some sort of bad omen or just her mind overthinking this. Another miracle. 7. Shaking her head, she attempts to shirk off the negative feeling and turned away. Once outside of the gate though, Bai Yen suddenly found herself in the midst of darkness again. The white glow was gone, nowhere to be found in this underground world. Can it be, it's related to those model sculptures? Mother! A childish voice abruptly cuts in from the front, causing the woman to turn over to see the boy and girl quickly running over with hand in hand. This scared the daylights out of Bai Yen because there's still a giant chasm between herself and the kids. Just as she wanted to shout to make them stop, the ground began to rumble and stopped her mid-cry. Next thing they all knew were the rocks and boulders floating up into the air, making the picture similar to that of an apocalypse. Dragony didn't expect this and nearly fell over from the tremble. Fortunately, the little steam bun was beside her and helped support that body in time. Now the rocks are acting like a barrier, forcing the woman and her kids apart with the ravine acting as a line. Xiaqin, Dragony, don't come here. Bai Yen finally managed to throw out the sentence with sweat covering her forehead. Anxious in the voice, this ravine cannot be passed, so stay on your side of the cliff. The boy just stared at the poor woman who's very much flustered on the face. Whatever happiness he felt earlier has been crushed knowing he couldn't reach his important woman. What should we do then, mother? Don't rush, I will find a way. Furrowing up her brow, Bai Yen understands full well the difficulty of getting through the ravine. What am I supposed to do now? I can't use the same method to get back over at this rate. Boom! The ground shook again, this time more violent than the last. Unlike the previous tremor, the earth under her feet has started to sink in as well. Catching a branch of a tree that hasn't fallen yet, she hurriedly cried out to the kids. Xiaqin, Dragony, no matter what happens later you two mustn't separate, understand? Bai Xiaqin nodded with tears in his eyes. Don't worry, mother, I will protect Dragony from any harm. Turning to the old goat and snake now, Bai Yen gives out her next order. You two, protect my kids no matter what. If you do until I return, then I will grant freedom to the both of you. Freedom, something absolutely precious to these two ancient demons at this moment. If she is speaking the truth, then we will be able to roam this world again. With the cliff as the boundary point, the two land masses split further and further apart. From what was originally only the length of a giant sword, it has grown distant until Bai Yen could barely make out the contour of her children. Mother! The little steam bun screamed out in pain, wanting to grasp onto the outreached hand. You let me go, I'm going to find my mother. He struggles to break free from the hands pulling him back. Another miracle. 8. Let go of you. Dragon Flame sneered at the boy using his smirk. If I let you go now, then how am I supposed to break the contract with her if you're in danger? Actually, he could also forcibly shatter the bond between himself and Bai Yen if he grows strong enough, but such forceful measures required strength and time, something he doesn't want to wait for. It's easier to simply have the woman do it of her own free will. After hearing that comment, the boy stopped struggling and turned back to stare at the old goat. As a result of this, Dragony Flame found himself creeped out by the kid's gaze, especially that single red eye of his. Gulping insecurely, what are you trying to do? I warn you, you're not my opponent. If we start fighting, then you're not going to get off easy. The boy's expression remains icy cold during that threat, totally different from his innocent and cute appearance. My mother said you're proof that she is alive, right? Slowly but surely, the old goat nodded. Yes, she did say that. Fine, you're not allowed to leave my side at all from now on. I want to know at all times if she is safe or not. There's no warmth in that statement, only cold threatening indifference in the boy's voice. Turning back to the little missy, he speaks with a warmer note. Dragony, let's go. I believe Mother will be all right even if we're not by her side. The girl nodded. I know that, Gidge. I know Mother will be just fine even without us. Stirring up a smile at the support, the boy's lip curves into a thin arc over the agreement. Right this moment, the party could clearly feel the ground beneath their feet lifting up into the air as their conversation dragged out. Faster and faster, the dark forest of the underground valley disappeared behind them until they moved at incredible speed, then pop. They felt it, the light shining above their heads and the open landscape of the world coming into view. Ha ha ha. Dragonflame was the first to cry out with glee in his voice. Watching the open blue sky, this old goat became ecstatic in his demeanor. I'm finally free of that wretched place. What beautiful sky, what beautiful clouds. I, Dragon God, am finally free. No wait. Shaking his goat head, I am not yet free, I still need to have that woman break the contract with me. But that day won't be too long. Half Ching Sing was also staring up into the sky, but unlike the old goat's happy elation, her eyes were more of curiosity. Oomph. Making a dry cough, Dragonflame turns back to the snake and asked after noticing the oddity, Oh yeah, I haven't asked yet, how did you wind up down there in the first place? Musing for a while, Half Ching Sing decides to give the truth since she saw no harm in it. I don't know, from what I can remember I have always been there in the first place. This world here though, I think this is my first time seeing all of this. Don't think. The old goat captured that word like a bee to the honey. Seen or not seen, which is it? Don't go spouting such vague answers. The snake didn't want to argue with the old goat on the subject and huffs a grunt. What else do you want from me? I can't remember a lot of things aside from the time I spent in that underground world, so deal with it. It couldn't be helped. These old mates have had a long-standing grudge. If not for Bai Yan's intervention, then they would have already gone at each other's throat after that exchange of verbal abuse. While the pair bickers away to one side, Bai Xiaochen remains silent on where he stood, only staring off like he's in some sort of pain due to loneliness. Familiarity, 1, let's go. After a long time, Bai Xiaochen finally spoke, his eyes determined in light of the sad emotions underneath. As long as these two demons are around, then I will know if Mother is fine. I will find her, I will. Also, calmly shifting his sight onto the old goat, you looking like that is too noticeable, better take on a human form to act less conspicuous. Oh, right. Puckering his lip to one side like an unhappy child himself, the old goat's shape gradually melted under a pale light until he's taken on the look of a human man wearing a yellow robe. Though his new form had white hair, that face carried no wrinkles. Heck, it's rather handsome even if one may say, but the old aged voice he used was evident enough of his seniority. Done with that, the little steam bun held on to Dragony's hand again and slowly proceeded to leave this valley. While the kids were moving on their end, another scene similar to theirs were currently taking place at a towering mountain in different location. With a loud rumbling boom, Bai Yan got shot out of the ground like a rocket, causing her to make an unsteady landing. This time you will not escape the Celestial Palace. Celestial Palace. This was the first thing she heard after collecting herself, and it made Bai Yan frown. Without delay, she immediately headed for the source, perhaps out of curiosity or the fact that the other side belonged to the enemy. What she saw next was something similar to what she expected in cases like these. Currently, there's a group of pursuers chasing some unknown lady, specifically a woman wearing a long blue dress that's staring down at the group from the air. So what if you're from the Celestial Palace? Do you fools think you can catch me with so few here? Boom! In that instant the lady wearing the long blue dress attacked. She moved like the wind, rushing at the nearest foe with her fist and make a direct punch into the man's stomach. When she did so, the poor guy promptly fell backwards and flew several meters into the air until he rolled onto the floor again, blood out from the mouth as the consequence. The other companions saw this and stopped hesitating since the battle has begun. Drawing their blades, they rushed for the woman in question. It's just that unlike someone being cornered here, the lady remained fearless on the face like someone that couldn't be threatened. Boom! Sure enough, the full might of her powers was released in that second and poured out like a tidal wave. It's huge, causing even the sky to change color until it's a gloomy gray. For the poor fools trying to attack the lady, they naturally didn't stand a chance here. Like the trees and shrubs that were blown away by the shockwave of her powerful release, their bodies were swept away and smashed into the nearby rocks, either shattering their bones or downright crushing them as the end result. Not far away, while hiding behind a well-hidden tree, Bai Yen stared on in astonishment over the lady's familiar face. It's etched into her mind right now and causing the woman herself to thump with increased vigor in the heart over that contour. No! Don't go! Finding the other side's about to leave after the brief exchange of combat, Bai Yen cries out involuntarily and wanted to stop her. Sadly, the lady in blue was already gone in the next, disappearing with a blink of an eye. Familiarity, too, is that her? But besides her, who else can look so similar? Somewhat pale in her complexion, Bai Yen stood there for a long while before revealing a bittersweet smile. Whether it's her or not, I must find her again. As long as she's still in this celestial realm, then we are bound to meet again. That's right, we both have a vendetta against the celestial palace, the chance is there. Hidden between mountains and forests, a quaint-looking cottage has been built atop of the clearing here. It's a nice setup, difficult to find due to the covering terrain and shielding barrier, a perfect hiding spot from those who's out to get you. This was the place the lady in blue arrived at after departing from the battle. Flicking her dress to remove the dust from the surface, she slowly walked towards the cottage with familiar strides, where she was promptly welcomed by a young girl around 17 to 18 years of age. Auntie Ning, you're finally back. Did those old fossils from the Celestial Palace make trouble for you? Drawing a soft smile at the lively young lass, don't worry, those people aren't my opponent. Oh yes, don't tell your father I'm back yet. Oh. Responding with a well-behaved voice, the young girl intimately hooks her arm around Bai Ning's to confirm compliance. Auntie Ning, my father loves you very much, and I like you very much. Why don't you want to marry my father? A quiver shook the lady's body, causing her to form a slight frown on that beautiful yet helpless face. Some things can't be forced, and you are not young anymore. If you are so free to fret about us, why don't you fret about your own marriage arrangements? I'm sure he will like to get a son-in-law any day now. Blushing at being called out, the young girl shyly lowers her head. What are you saying, Auntie Ning? I don't want to marry, I only want to stay with you and father for the rest of my life. Bai Ning smiled at that, dropping the subject when she noticed the man that's coming out of the cottage. This person was quite handsome, wearing a brownish robe with an air of calm. I have something to discuss with your Auntie Ning, you go back inside first. Okay. Ning Yu mischievously stuck out her tongue when letting go of the lady's arm, but that's not before making a hand gesture to her old man as support before leaving. For a while the atmosphere in the front yard seemed solemn and strange until the woman herself decides to break the awkward silence. Brother Yuan, is something the matter? Ning Yuan deeply locks eye with the woman, his voice hoarse and full of emotion when speaking. Ninger, we have known each other for so many years, you should understand. Why must you be so reluctant to accept me? Taken aback by the open confession, Bai Ning had to take a moment to respond with a proper answer that won't hurt the other side. I always feel like I'm forgetting something. It's as if someone is waiting for me, like I lost something important. I'm sorry, Brother Yuan, I know you care about me, but I can't accept you the way I am now. After saying that, she brushes past the man in order to leave. However, a big hand immediately reached over from behind to cling onto hers. Getting cold in the face now, let go. Because this tone has never been used before, Ning Yuan promptly released his grip with rigid surprise. Familiarity. 3. Ninger, I don't mean anything else but you loves you, she wants to be your daughter, that's why I'm so anxious. If what I did offended you then I apologize. Still having her back facing the man, Bai Ning eventually responded, Brother Yuan, I am grateful that you saved me several times in the past, but feelings are something we can't force. If you still consider me as a sister then I will welcome the thought, but if you have other intents in mind then. I'm sorry but I won't be returning again in the future. Ning Yuan went stiff as a rock over that statement. He never thought this woman who's always been soft-voiced and kindly behaved would be so harsh and stern when discussing the topic. As for Yuer, Bai Ning's voice softens up over the petite lass, I also like the girl very much, pity I can't take her as my daughter, that includes being a goddaughter as well. Why? The man's frown deepens further. He could understand why Bai Ning wouldn't want to take his own daughter as her own, after all, she's making it clear she doesn't love him, but why not a goddaughter? Drawing a frank smile on her face, I don't know why either. I just don't feel comfortable about the idea of taking another child as my own daughter. It's as if the position has long been occupied by another. Brother Yuan, I will treat Yuer as my own niece so forgive me for not being able to do more. The man was lost for words there. Staring blankly at the disappearing back of the woman, Ning Yuan had the color drain from his face after those words. Why? I spent so many years by her side, accompanied her for so many years, why can't I melt her heart? Papa, the call draws the man back to attention. Turning around the man glances down at the petite girl, his voice stiff and unsure, did you hear all of it? Ningyu nodded, that face pouting unhappily, Papa, do you think Auntie Ning has another daughter, that's why she won't take me as hers? The man remained silent, only looking down in a contemplative manner that left the girl wondering. Perhaps. Eventually he threw out this word after getting nowhere with his thoughts. Pa, the petite girl snorts, her voice full of displeasure, my mother died as soon as I was born so Auntie Ning's the first woman I've known. Let's assume she does have a family prior to meeting us, have they ever searched for her through all these years? It's us, we're the ones always by her side. And her daughter, the girl never showed an ounce of filial duty, nor did the girl allow Auntie Ning to enjoy the pleasure of raising a child. Now I'm supposed to just slide to one side and let such a person occupy an important position in Auntie Ning's heart. The more she spoke, the angrier the petite girl became. Why is there someone else coming to steal Auntie Ning's heart? We deserve it more. We are the ones who always stood by her side. Ning Yuan's complexion went pale over his daughter's outrage and snapped, you mustn't say such words. Why can't I? Fighting back with her own voice, I am not wrong. I'm only feeling pain for Auntie Ning. Pa. Why do you think she lost her memories? I bet it's because Auntie Ning's husband is the cheating type, abandoning her for a newer and younger woman. As for the daughter, I bet she's the same, otherwise why else would Auntie Ning become like this? Perhaps it's due to how excited she became over her own theory, the girl ends up completely missing the enraged face of her old man. Familiarity. 4. Getting all pitiful in the face now, the petite girl pleads by grabbing onto her father's sleeve. Pa, I really like Auntie Ning, can you marry her, please? Despite being greatly annoyed by the girl's remarks earlier, he couldn't stay angry here in this case. After all, he too felt the same way inside. You know your Auntie Ning's attitude towards me. She only treats me as a brother and respects me as such. Now that I've confessed, her attitude has turned damp and cold. However, flickering with a thoughtful idea in his eyes, she may not want to recognize you as her own daughter, but that doesn't change her impression of you. All you have to do is give more persuasion, the more the better, that way we will still have a chance of changing her mind. The girl grinned at that, revealing the two front teeth in that smile due to glee. Okay. Pa, you can count on me to win her over. I must become Auntie Ning's daughter, and I will bring her out of her biological daughter's shadow. The girl doesn't care if her own story was true or not, she's decided on the issue and would do everything in her ability to do just that. A humph. Ning Yuan coughed slightly so his daughter wouldn't step out of line. Remember to not say those words in front of your Auntie Ning, otherwise it will create a situation neither of us would want to see, understand? There's no illusion in this man's mind that Bai Ning could completely cut them off from her life if she overhears their conversation. All he did was confess right now and he already got the cold shoulder treatment. What's more, perhaps the kind treatment the woman showed to his own daughter was only a side effect of the woman yearning to meet her own children again. Testing that theory was not in his best interest. Pa, you need to stop fretting, I know what I can and can't say. Drawing a lovely smile on her face, and, I have always been very good in front of her, otherwise why else would Auntie Ning like me so much? The man's unease finally lightened up as well. Patting his daughter's shoulder, then your pa's future will depend on you. Back inside the cottage, the faintly blowing breeze brings warmth and freshness into the room where a lady now lies sitting on the chair. She's not moving, only staring down and gently stroking the baby belly cover in her hands. Over the years, Bai Ning has never stopped searching for her own identity and background. Sadly, aside from her own name, she knew nothing else. The only exception was this baby underwear she had with herself after losing those precious memories. Why? Why can't I remember anything? She frowned, desperately searching through the fragmented pieces of images that would occasionally surface in her mind. But like usual, a heavy pang of pain hit her mind like a hammer, causing the woman to crumble to the floor with those hands shaking and wrapping around her own head. It's extremely painful to the point of losing the motor controls of her own body. Auntie Ning, what's wrong? The petite girl exclaims after catching sight of what's happening. She had wanted to come speak to the woman after leaving her father outside. Familiarity, 5. The girl urgently grasped onto the trembling woman's shoulder as those tears slowly trickled down the cheeks. Thankfully the situation wasn't as bad as it seems because she soon got a reaction from all that crying. Still blurry in her eyes as she slowly opened them, Bai Ning could only make out the blurry outline of the person beckoning to herself. Daughter, is that you? Ning Yu's posture went stiff over that question. She knows the daughter mentioned here wasn't herself, so it could only be that one. Grasping onto her own head again in pain, the woman murmurs out some incoherent words. Daughter, I remember I have a daughter, she is. I can't remember the name. Now this didn't sit well with the petite girl at all and made her extremely sour inside. She's not willing to accept some random person whom they never could be so important, it's just not fair in her eyes. Auntie Ning, I can also be your daughter, I will take care of you for the rest of my life. Ning Yu's voice was crisp and pleasant, but what she said there caused the pained lady to come back to her senses. Gradually loosening her hand around the head, the blurriness left those eyes and what came into view was the reflected image of the anxious young girl staring downwards. It's you, I'm sorry, I've lost my manners there. Auntie Ning. Ning Yu clenched her teeth with insecure-filled eyes. Just now, did you remember something? Shaking her head with a bittersweet smile, the lady explains, No, my past is still a blank to me, I can't remember anything notable. Sure enough, the negative answer brought on a wave of relief to the girl. Thank goodness she can't remember. Even if I can't become Auntie Ning's daughter, I can still accompany her in the future. It's fine if you can't remember the past, Auntie Ning, I will always accompany you. Innocent but firm in the face, the petite girl meant what she said there. Naturally this idea didn't escape the lady herself, who knew exactly what the girl wanted. Sadly, she too knew such a wish couldn't be granted from her end, and for that, she's sorry. I want to go take a walk outside, so don't inform your father of my leaving. I don't wish to see him for the time being. Making a long exhale, she stood up and was ready to leave when her arm got hooked by the girls. Wait, Auntie Ning, I'll go with you. It's been a while since I went outside because Pa wouldn't let me go out alone, but I'm sure he will be fine with it if I go with you. In the end, Bai Ning accepted the idea out of guilt. She couldn't bear to reject the girl right now. Fine then, follow me. Jumping with joy, Auntie Ning, I knew you are the kindest to me. Pinching the girl's nose with her fingers, Bai Ning draws a doting smile like in the past after flattered. Normally this would be a good thing. However, in this case, Ningyu couldn't help but feel like the lady's looking through her and to someone else entirely. It's making her very much uncomfortable inside. No matter, I will kick that girl out of her heart and take over soon enough. The girl inwardly vows, not willing to surrender the position to anyone. Back in the outside world, most of the denizens of the celestial realm are in a tense and frightened state due to the constant attacks by the demon realm. Familiarity. 6. Bai Ning would have liked to take Ningyu out to spread some of the stuffiness pent up inside herself. Sadly, any of that desire was dissipated once she got a good look at the local township. It's depressing and lifeless on the streets, a real disappointment due to all the fearmongering surrounding the recent invasion. Celestial realm, sooner or later this place will perish, and I will all be anticipated that day when it comes. Mother. Suddenly, a dainty young girl rushes over from out of the blue and threw herself into Bai Ning's arm. This girl was soft and lovely in appearance, giving off a faint fragrance to the nose, adding in the 2 braids hanging down the side of her face. She's absolutely adorable. But before the lady herself could speak, another voice had cut in from the side. It's childish as well, but carried a sense of calm rarely found in someone that young. Dummy, how can you recognize the wrong person? This is not Mother. At the pointer, the little girl lets go of her hug and looks up. Drawing a frown, I'm sorry, I mistook you for my mother because you look so much alike. Alike? Bowing down to eye level, Bai Ning didn't mind and found the encounter to be refreshing. It's all right, it's normal to make mistakes on occasion. Say, am I really that much like your mother? It's then the little boy came out from behind. Just like the girl, this young boy was also quite the eye-catcher, but the air he had was less innocent and more pronounced. This mainly had to do with that single red eye. It's a huge contrast to the rest of his appearance. This would honestly be the first time Bai Ning ever came across such a strange child. Nevertheless, she still wanted to get closer to the boy for some unknown reasons. You are very similar to our mother, the only difference is that she's younger and more beautiful. Our mother is the #1 beauty in this world, you know. As soon as the little steambun started to talk about his mother, his face would get all excited and full of pride. Normally a female would be quite upset at being called old, but in this case Bai Ning didn't and got interested instead. Then where's your mother? If fate would allow it, I would like to meet her. Sadly, that was the wrong thing to say in this case. Immediately, Dragonie's tears started to trickle down at the sore topic. Oh, we're separated from mother. Pretty granny, did you see our mother? Pretty granny. I guess it does fit my age. I'm sorry but I haven't. However, since you're saying I'm very much like your mother, then of course I will keep an eye out for her. Oh right, you two still haven't told me your names yet. Casting a look at the woman whom held such similarity to his own mother, Bai Xiaochen figured nothing bad could come of it even if he did. My name is Bai Xiaochen and she is Dragonie, the two behind us is Dragon Flame and Half Qing Xing. They're our bodyguards. That introduction actually made the old goat gawk his jaws down. When did I, the great dragon god, become a little bodyguard for this little guy? But upon remembering the impending freedom that's going to come his way afterwards, he endured the discontent and held it in. Oh whatever, it's just this one time. Just a title, I will have it changed in no time. Your name is Bai Xiaochen. What a coincidence, my surname is also Bai. My full name is Bai Ning. The lady introduces herself as well. By Ning. A tremor shook the boy's heart, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. Familiarity, 7, By Ning, your name is By Ning. Bai Shuchen hurriedly gripped onto the lady's sleeve, his voice shaking with disbelief and excitement. Then do you know a man by the name of Yunfeng? Yunfeng. She frowned and pondered the name for a second, feeling a sense of familiarity that's just out of her reach. I'm sorry, I don't know anyone by that name. Don't know. She doesn't know grandfather. The boy tightly bit down on his own lips at the notion. If the name is just a coincidence, then why does she look so much like mother? Reluctant to give up, he insists on the question. Please think harder. Are you sure you don't know someone by then name Yunfeng? Should I be knowing him? Bai Ning asked curiously. That was the nail in the coffin for the kid. That countering question hurts and made him let go. Gidge, big brother, Dragony tugs at the little steambun's hand after seeing where this was going. Can it be? Ignoring the girl's murmur, Bai Xiaochen grew firm in the face since things are at this stage. He got a great idea and was determined to make it work. Forgive us, I thought you might be our long-lost grandmother because of your name and similar appearance. It seems I made a mistake. Looking at the little guy's pathetic expression, Bai Ning's heart couldn't get angry here and softens up. Little boy, I'm sure you will find your mother and grandmother in due time, don't worry. But, hanging his little head, the boy deliberately changes his voice to that of grievance to earn more pity points. I only got Dragony by my side, and there are so many bad people always trying to hurt us. These two bodyguards are absolutely unreliable. One could literally see the twitch in Dragony Flame and half Ching Xing's face when he said that. Unreliable. He's sure he's talking about us. Due to the two old demons hiding their strength along the way, no one would suspect they are powerful ancient monsters, nor would they think otherwise on the boy's lie. You mean, someone is trying to harm you? Pricking her brow, Bai Ning almost doubted her own ears because it's really hard to believe someone would want to harm such cute kids. Knowing the bait has been bitten, Bai Xiaochen hurries to sniffle his nose like he's about to cry. Pretty granny, can you take me and my sister in? We are homeless already. Our father doesn't want us and our mother is missing. If you don't take us, then we will sooner or later die at the hands of those bad people out there. In the boy's view, he didn't lie on that last bit about Ditsang never wanting him, only his mother. In fact, he's got this idea that he's some sort of orphan picked up from the streets due to his old man's unfriendly nature. Ready to melt from the sad story, Bai Ning didn't need to think at all and accepted the kids. Rubbing the boy on the head, all right, you two will come with me from now on. Don't worry, I won't let anyone hurt you or your sister from now on. Elated at his own success, the little sneaky fox almost couldn't hold back his own mischievous grin in that moment. Thankfully he's got plenty of practice in the past and kept it down, otherwise he would be caught right then and there. Thank you, pretty granny. Both kids happily said that. You too, your tongues are too sweet. Oh right Xiaochen, what happened to one of your eyes? The condition of that red eye has been bothering this lady for a while already, so she got right to it. Now the tears finally started to trickle down the boy's face, however, only the regular blue one was crying, the red one remaining dry as ever. My eye was poisoned. Rubbing his red one like some bullied child, those bad people wanted to hurt me, but now that I got pretty granny protecting me, I won't have to be afraid of those people anymore.